A few days ago, I heard that a judge recused himself from a court case because of interference by two people. This means he's no longer interested in hearing the case and has requested that another judge deal with that case. Did I hear correctly? A judge making the decision that he will no longer hear a case because of what two people said and did? The court does not spell out that this interference was political, but one might assume that it was based on the people involved in the case. One was a politician and two were political appointees. So for all intents and purposes, if politicians or politically appointed people, because of their actions, have caused a judge to recuse himself from a case, to me, this boils down to political interference. This is very concerning and should concern every citizen of this island. So let's take a look at what transpired based on a signed order from the High Court dated July 28, 2023. This court order cites a case which was brought by the Honorable Alan Chasney in his personal capacity and in his capacity as a parliamentary representative for Miko South against the Speaker of the House of Assembly and the Attorney General for St. Lucia. What I understand from the court order is that two of the people named in the case, and they are known as litigants, made contact with the office of the registrar of the High Court to inquire as to the reason for the timing of the application for interim injunction that had been made by the Honorable Alan Chasney. Remember, they had tried to prevent the Honorable Chasney from being anywhere near the Parliament building, and he took them to court. Well, these litigants went to the registrar to make the inquiries on the same day of the hearing of the injunction. Added to that, correspondence pertaining to the case was given to the registrar of the High Court by one of the parties named in the proceedings for the attention of the judge. But wait for it, it was not given by the lawyers representing the parties. What? Correspondence was sent to the judge by someone who was one of the parties in the case? I have only seen this in mafia movies. This correspondence was copied to Alan Chasney as political leader of the United Workers' Party and also to the General Secretary of the United Workers' Party, who was not even part of the case. The court order described this as extremely egregious. And guess what? The lawyers involved in the case were not even copied on the correspondence. The court order mentions the term extremely egregious. You know what this means, St. Lucia? Egregious describes something that is remarkably and conspicuously bad, offensive or shocking. Ça mean, ça yo fait, pli mauvais passé mauvais. Il est tellement malédiction, ça fait judge la cour, oui. This is scary. I am calling on the Bar Association to clear the air on this matter because I need clarity on what this statement by a court could mean. What was done by these people who interfered with the court procedure was so bad, so offensive, so shocking that a judge who was originally hearing the case does not want to have anything more to do with the case. I need to ask the question, has there ever been a court case where there was interference by people who deemed themselves to be important and we were not made aware, whether they be politicians or politically exposed people? Think about this. If you have a case in court, political interference could play a role, probably to the detriment of your case. This is scary. And the fact that a court could publicly reveal that a judge does not want to hear a case because of the behaviors of two litigants is not just scary, it is extremely serious. We as St. Lucians have to be concerned about this. One of the things you should know is that whether you are a politician or you are close to a politician, or you have close ties to politicians, or believe you're important or in a prominent position, or you are a self-proclaimed judge sans papier, you cannot interfere in the working of the judiciary. In fact, politicians are obligated to keep their hands off the judiciary, much less Seti Akolikio. St. Lucia, I do not care which political party you support. How would you feel if you had a matter in court and some people who do not like you try to use their influence because of their positions to interfere with the case? How would you feel? Trust me, St. Lucia, we are now aware that the behaviors of two people involved in the case brought by the Member of Parliament for Miku South against the Speaker of the House and the Attorney General of St. Lucia have been described as extremely egregious. To remind you, this means these behaviors were deemed by a court to be conspicuously bad, shocking, and offensive. My question again is, can we be reassured that such interference has not been tried in other cases? As I said earlier, this is scary. So politicians and those close to them who believe that they can sway the outcome of court cases by interfering with the judicial process need to be reminded to keep their hands off. That's not there.
Less than 2 years into the reign of the Labour regime, St. Lucia's patrimony is not only under threat by Philip Pierre's bad policies, but is being recklessly sold to friends, family, and foreigners. The latest act of detaching St. Lucia from her most prized lands came with the sale of the Banand lands along the Castries Harbour. The lands were owned by the National Housing Corporation. In 2013, the 2.5 acres was valued at about $70 a square foot for a total cost value of $7 million, proving to be a valuable asset for the state. However, in December of 2021, a decision was taken by Housing Minister Richard Frederick to dispose of the high-value asset. Former SLP Senator and prospective candidate Terence Skinny Sinclair was hired to undertake the property valuation. His report assessed the market value at $3.5 million. That's half of what the lands were going for 10 years ago. Prime waterfront property enclosing one of the most scenic ports in the Caribbean, with thriving commercial and tourism activity. And for whatever reason, the value of the lands was further reduced to $25 a square foot for sale at a mere $2.5 million. The beneficiary? The daughter of Reno Kajada.
But has a different name. So was that because she's genuinely buying the land? Is that they were just trying to avoid detection?
UWP leader Alan Chastney has raised critical questions concerning this blatant act of nepotism. What becomes of the lands when the new owners of the Castries port come in? How would the land factor into the plans for the redevelopment of the harbor to include a fishing village at Banans Bay? Would the now owners sell it off for a hefty profit? Why were the lands not kept for national development? Why not allow Invest St. Lucia or SASPA to take ownership? According to Frederick, SASPA rejected an offer to purchase. But where were Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Philip Pierre, Investment Minister Ernest Delaire, and Infrastructure Minister Stephenson King?
So you're telling me it was offered to them and neither one of them saw it fit to cause SLASPA to go ahead and buy the land? Instead, the Minister of Housing said that there was no response from Slasper. Why wasn't the land offered to invest? Who is the Minister of Invest Solution? Isn't it not Ernest Hilaire? Is he not the district rep for that area? You would think that after spearheading the investment by GPH to fix up Bonanza, that would be a natural expansion, area of an expansion, and that by getting invested to buy it, give them the opportunity to make sure there was a proper development in that area? None of these people said anything.
The National Housing Corporation has become a pawn in the games that Richard plays, with a board too intimidated to challenge him. Chairman Mikey Pilgrim and Deputy Chairman John Peters have for years purported themselves to be men of integrity, but today sit idly by, aiding and abetting Richard Frederick in his deeds.
There was a property purchased at the bottom of the chaussee for $1.8 million. And the person they purchased the land from is the lawyer on the National Housing Committee. No question. Nobody sees anything wrong with this. We have no problems with it. This is not innuendo. These are facts that you can go and check for yourself. Go down to the registry.
Wake up, Saint Dosha. This is just another example that Pierre is putting you worse.
Work together, hand in hand. Walk up north, walk down south. The man walking all around. What trouble for us to grow? Tell labor we stay in home. You should know how we roll. Uncle Shascott on Papi Show.
We cannot give labor our country. What is the plan there for all our way? Uncle Shas is the champion. Yellow power is #1. Tell the opposition to tap out, cause club are not backing down. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Yes, work, 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 work. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Yes, work, work, work. Vote, vote, Luca vote. Vote, vote, Luca vote. Vote, vote, Luca vote. Vote, vote, Luca vote. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Yes, work, 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 work. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Uncle Shas is the people's man. Yes, work, 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 work.
In this estimate, Madam President, consultancy votes increased from $81 million last year, 2022, to $122 million this year, an increase of $41 million for consultancy. Job for the boys, girls, friends, families, everybody. So in one stroke of the pen, the Honorable Prime Minister, who's the Minister of Finance, can say, we will reduce our consultancy by $33 million because crime and security is important, and we will take that $33 million and put it towards crime and security. Is that not a fair assertion? I think it's a fair assertion, but anyway.
Budget for jazz.
What if you didn't need a lie detector? Eye contact is linked with truthfulness.
A drastic move by the National Housing Corporation has led to the termination of 2 lucrative contracts for the construction company Fresh Start.
The board took the decision that not only Shock but both Shock and Talvin developments,
Eye contact,
which were
supposedly the subject matter of an 80-20 arrangement.
Eye contact is linked with truthfulness.
How much is it costing us for that termination?
Well, put it this way.
When people are lying, they are less likely to be specific. This is a massive red flag.
Both of the developments were started illegally. And once you start an illegal development, you do it at your own risk.
So how is it illegal?
because there was no DCA approval for either of them.
The two housing schemes under the UWP administration were developed with the aim of providing low-cost housing while tackling the issue of unplanned settlements.
Some liars are just really good at acting.
And I'm saying, and I'm asking everyone to watch what they eat and eat what they watch. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Wait, first of all, you're not going to speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
Watch what they eat and eat what they watch.
I'm from Ancillary and I'm representing the contractor. We are all here from Ancillary. We are all working towards this project and we are very enlightened and happy about it. This is a development that we've never seen taking place in Ancillary, and we all appreciate what the minister is doing, and we rally around him to keep him here for another 5 years to continue the work that we have started. We're staying with Dominic Fede.
My name is Rodriguez Ferdinand, and I'm here on a beautification project concerning beautifying Ancillary's Mole Street village, keeping the colors a little brightened so people could actually get a proper view of Ancillary when they pass through. The project basically was sponsored by Parliamentary Rep Dominic Fede, which I accept greatly for his works. I'm actually an Ancillarian, and I see works is being done where it's suitable enough, little bit content will be gaining from it. Thanks, Dominic Fede. Keep doing what you're doing. We are impressed with it, and we are along with you all the way.
If we show emotion, we're called dramatic. When we made bold promises, they said we're nuts. And if we dreamt of moving the earth to please, they say we're delusional. When we stand for something, we're unhinged. When we're too good, there's something wrong with us. And if we get angry because of their lies, we're hysterical, irrational, or just being crazy. But engineering a world-class hospital in 4 years is crazy. Ensuring we transformed a town was crazy. Setting up a sporting academy, crazy. Paving over 200 roads in 5 years, crazy. Creating 2,000 new jobs in the BPO sector alone, crazy. A woman empowering her people, crazy. $10 million to refurbish schools annually, crazy, crazy, crazy. So if they want to call you crazy, fine. Show them what crazy can do.
These words in the rhythm for you to know it's a rap. You said you was king, you lied through your teeth. For that,
I got a call. I met a gentleman. We had a secret date. And as a result of this, I met another gentleman and we had a secret conversation, and Port Soufriere was included in this project. So today I want to say I will not discuss what we agreed on, but he made a commitment.
Today we are having the what you call the sword-turning ceremony at the Talvan Housing Development. That's a project that is under the direction of the National Housing Corporation. There are three phases to this development. Phase 1, which is more or less what you call a back acco. Phase 2 by lower down, closer to the main road. And phase 3, what you call virgin land. But I want to say that I'm happy that the National Housing saw the need to continue this project. And we are putting down the infrastructure, and there's about 130 lots to be sold to St. Lucians. It's not only to persons from Babono, but for St. Lucians.
We are here in Talvan on that new project, in which I am so happy about it. Although it's the first time I came here, but it looks beautiful and it's very vital for Babono. I see that Babono and Talvan elevated to a higher level, and we are so happy about it. And the people of Talvan should be happy also, and also Babono and environs, because it is a project which is very vital, very important, that people who do not have a house yet can buy a spot at a reasonable price and can build a house and have their own. And I think that's the best thing for a young man or young woman or a family to have today, to have their own.
Hi, my name is Dominic Fede, representing the constituency of Ancillary Canneries, and really my candidacy for this election is about bringing out the best in the constituency. We've accomplished some 15 inner community roads together. When I look at the cemetery road and I think of women coming to a funeral in high heels and had to bring 2 pairs of shoes because of the mud. Those days are gone. We built the HRD center, and we have had some 200 individuals who have been trained within the first few months of opening. We want to build more houses. We want to help more of you. We want to create more jobs. And some of the ideas that we have include a call center in the constituency, where when completed would generate some 400 to 600 jobs. When I look at the Ancillary Waterfront project, the jetty is going to be extended. A mini hotel is already at the ground floor and being built. The square is being redone. There's a restaurant in the location of the old community center building. This is going to transform the Ancillary Waterfront. The drain around the field has been much talk, and it's been an eyesore, and it has been a source of much discomfort to the people of Ancillary. But I am happy to tell you that after fighting hard for it together, we are now in a position where the drain is being built. I'm asking you to support us, because I'm convinced that we have the superior vision for St. Lucia. So if you're from Canneries Ancillary, then you know you have to stay with Fede. Let's keep working.
I don't want to hear Labour. I don't want to see the Labour people. And Herod, he's the man for Soufriere. He's the man who should have been there long time ago for Soufriere. Because the short time he came there, he had to do so much. And when the Labour was there, they never do nothing for Soufriere, especially Palmis. They neglect Palmis. But Herod, he's the man. He is the man, and he is the man for future coming.
I am Herod Stanislas, your United Workers' Party candidate for Soufriere, Fons and Jacques. One of the main campaign promises which I made in 2016 was the Hummingbird Beach. So this project have significantly benefited the people of Soufriere as entrepreneurs and created many sustainable jobs. Another project which I'm very proud of is the Old Trafford complex. This again was another campaign promise to build a farmers market for the farmers of Soufriere, Fons and Jacques and the vendors. And today we've been able to deliver a first-class farmers market combined with a bus terminal, the only one of its kind in St. Lucia, to the people of Soufriere, Fons and Jacques. Another project which we promised the people of Soufriere, Fons and Jacques that we were going to deliver to them was the Esperance Diamond Road. After 40 years, they are finally getting a new road connecting Fons and Jacques and Soufriere through Diamond. We have undertaken a comprehensive major rehabilitation of the Soufriere Mini Stadium to make it a world-class sporting facility. We have some very critical projects, critical interventions, which we would like to see take place in Soufriere in the next 5 years. So one priority project for us in the new term is going to be the construction of a Soufriere community, cultural and theatre arts center. We also want to focus on housing, and therefore we want to concentrate on opening up parts of the constituency where you could have housing development, housing schemes, where we can make lots available to the young people of Soufriere, Fons and Jacques. Vote for me as your candidate, your next parliamentary representative, and I can assure you that Soufriere is going to continue on the trajectory of progress, growth, development, empowerment, and opportunities for all. Performance matters. Let's keep working.
Herod the best la. I know a lot of man, but Herod is the best one. Mokoneta shine now. Herod the best la.
Yes, before we proceed, I would just like to welcome those who are joining us online, both here in St. Lucia and in the diaspora. Welcome to you. Okay, we are going to start with the national anthem, and immediately we'll remain standing and proceed into the prayer. Thank you very much. Please remain standing as Mrs. Nancy Charles will lead us in a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Those who are Catholic, can you please sign yourselves? Heavenly Father, we thank you, we praise you, we bless you. We thank you for this day because this is the day the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for the gathering this afternoon, Lord, as we have gathered here in the tongue of Soufriere. We thank you for your many blessings and the safe journey and mercies you've given us to get here safely. We pray, Heavenly Father, that as we're about to go into the deliberations of our meeting, that you will take full control. We ask, Heavenly Father, that your Spirit will be among us and that every single person viewing this broadcast and also persons who are here will leave this place feeling blessed, and our message will resound with the people of St. Lucia. I ask that you bless every speaker, Heavenly Father, that you'll give them wisdom, a sound mind, and whatever it is that they will be presenting today, Heavenly Father, it will be for the benefit of our country and the benefit of our people. Take full control of the rest of this evening. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Charles. And Father, we pray that you save our country that is in trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Lucia is in trouble. Peia a tuaka. The United Workers' Party is here to the rescue. And before we proceed, I would like to introduce the head table. To my far left, we have the chairman of the Soufriere constituency branch and the chairpersons of chairpersons, Mr. Angus. Yes. We have Mrs. Beryl George, our elections officer. Senator Herod Stanislaus, your former parliamentary representative and future parliamentary representative. The first deputy political leader of the United Workers' Party, former parliamentary representative for Castries Southeast, Mr. Guy Joseph. The second deputy political leader of the United Workers' Party, former representative for Ancillary Canneries, Senator Dominic Fede. Our mobilization officer, Mrs. Nancy Charles. Our general secretary, Mrs. Janine Girodi McIntyre. Ladies and gentlemen, our former Prime Minister, our future Prime Minister, our political leader and leader of the opposition, the Honorable Alan Michael Chasney. And I know our political leader has a special relationship with Soufriere. And of course, I know you too, just like the rest of St. Lucia, are looking forward to his return as our Prime Minister here in St. Lucia. Eu dis moi pour introduire comme moi. Ouais moi ça pour qui a pour un chai vibe. Moi chai liberté moi tout le monde découvre moi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will be your master of ceremonies, the PRO of the United Workers' Party, Leonard Spider Montut. I would like to inform those who are here and those who are listening to us on live stream that you can always visit our website, uwpstlucia.com, to get information on what is happening in the United Workers' Party, the plans that we have, and all other information that you wish to get. Very importantly as well, you can use that forum to make a contribution to your party that will go a long way in helping save your country. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to get the ball rolling immediately with the presentations. And now I would like to call on Ms. Licia Vigier to give the welcome remarks. oh sorry, the chairman himself, the chairman of the Soufriere constituency branch, will be delivering the welcome remarks. Thank you.
Good evening. Whilst protocol has been established, I would like to show my appreciation, and I would like you as well to show your appreciation to the head table by putting our hands together. Members of this audience, both live here and via the net, well-wishers, party members here and abroad, all friends of the United Workers' Party, all those who are about to think of and not sure of what to do as to coming back home and getting involved with the United Workers' Party, all St. Lucians who are patriotic, who willing and understand our national anthem. Let me welcome you to Soufriere Font Saint-Jacques today at our town hall meeting. We have waited eagerly for our turn for this venture to bring awareness to all the necessities that highlight the lack of governance of this wicked SLP regime, which is a friend of discrimination, a friend of inflation, a friend to corruption, a friend to criminalization, and a friend to heavy rollerization, whatever that means. I want you to listen to the facts today. So when you go home and you go out to your families and throughout your community, you start to spread the awareness for our sake, for your children's sake, for Soufriere's sake, for Cannery's sake, for Labri's sake, for the sake, by extension, of the OECS, as to the way we see Philip Pierre does not know if he look in front or behind. I will always follow the master of ceremony and say that, St. Lucia, we are in trouble. Today, I want to bring to your attention the need for awareness and necessity for continued structure of the UWP and the determination to address this emergency situation that St. Lucia is. What? Can I hear you? In this regard, I am reminded even more that my role as chairman is to ensure that the Soufriere Font Saint-Jacques seat is won and forms part of the return of Alan Chastney to the helm, to steer the ship back in the right direction, to fill the harbor with at least 7 cruise ships. That is only now a memory to us. To ease the burden of this tidal wave of 2.5%. To continue the South development projects. To give us our hospital with a heliport. To enhance our healthcare benefits. To bring back the lost airline flights. To provide legitimate, but not hypocritical means for farmers, small businesses, and school graduates to attract investment, to walk with his white look-alike skin through the corridors of Washington, London, France, Germany, the Americas, and the Caribbean, Asia, to represent us and bring livelihood back to this country. Because he is already familiar with this. Unlike those who are only able to travel on a plane to get a hotel room only when they find themselves in government, this man has been traveling the world from the time he came on this earth. That is why he is able to distinguish and try to explain to Philippe Pierre what it is meant by an airport having an upper level, a departure and arrival level. That is why Philippe Pierre cannot understand that he needs a heliport. That is why he cannot understand the little storehouses cannot be a hospital. And I don't wish him bad luck, but I pray to God that one day he don't fall sick overseas and have to go to a big box hospital overseas for treatment. By the way, have you realized that when UWP is not in office, all of former candidates are involved in something industrious? You will have, let me see, me guy. See, in office, he got drive a tractor, he got nothing. Herod is running his business. Par contre, pour boss la même. Mr. Chasney. Everybody there is occupied. They boy your office, you like a domi. They boy your office, you want test to have a café. Celle-là, yo sa travail, c'est si yo vini connaître moun, massiper avec faire un change et taper quoi yon pouvoir. Mais nous ka vini pour yo. Nous ka vini pour yo. Hein? Ou j'assave. I can go on, but I would appeal to all my chairpersons to assist me and our branches to bring our seats back home. And to do that, we must recognize that we as chairpersons are fortunate to pursue, and we should pursue and conduct ourselves with the right political acumen to lead our branches, to support our candidates, to keep ourselves in one format so that victory can be ours. As our party is now moving into third gear, and we are about to press the cruise control button to victory, even if it is an early election, forced by the inability to borrow money like before, history can repeat itself. But we must have the right dedication, commitment. We must be unified. As we have realized, as many are willing to come forward and join us, and realizing that the mistake that was done. And as we move with one principle, under one leader, and slowly recognize our faults, and continue to trample on our faults so that we get it out of the way. We need not give any of our talents and political investments into bringing down each other, talking about each other. Bread has the same taste in every mouth. And when it is our bread and butter, and manna must come down, we must stick together. Forget any ill feelings there is against one another. The UWP carries one symbol, the torch. And that torch is only carried by the hand. Let us put these hands together across St. Lucia, like the late Lancico said, and carry this torch home. criticism, maliciousness, finger pointing, individualism, this has no place in UWP. I urge everyone, before you engage your thoughts, when you engage your political thoughts, before you release your viewpoints, your strategy, engage your political maturity, think and analyze, are my contributions in the benefit of this party? In other words, I'm saying every breath you take politically should be a breath in the benefit of the United Workers' Party. Every move you make must be in the benefit of the United Workers' Party. No one is the owner of the party. The party does not belong to Spider Guy. The party is one unit, one principle, one brain, one policy, one step forward. That's the only way we will succeed. I want to close to express my pride of being part of the Flambeau family. I am very proud of this, particularly when you see the kind of developments that has been established by this organization for the past years. And I want to do something tonight. I want to also endorse my political leader, because I realize the mensonge, I realize the falsehood, and together with me, the rest of St. Lucia is starting to realize what went on. And we must start to stand up and support and throw our weight behind this man to eliminate all the bad stories, the bad omen that they tried to cast on him. Because more and more, we are starting to see all the faults were not there. And we are starting to see the evidence that they started with a lie and they have to continue lying to the nation. And I want to say again, I want to say one more thing, and I want to vouch as I wrap up, that this political leader we have there, I have seen him as a man with a listening ear. And this listening ear grows wider and wider. With this, I want to tell you, please, let us put our act together. Let us put ourselves together and stand firm with our leader and raise him up in the air. When our leader goes up, St. Lucia goes up. When our leader goes up, Soufriere goes up. As you can see, the way under his leadership, Herod Stanislas sent Soufriere right up. With this, I say good night, and remember, St. Lucia is in. I thank you.
Payant to accuracy. St. Lucia is in trouble. We are just getting ready to show you, to give you a little presentation, a commentary by Ms. Jacinta Anius. And, you know, it is actually about the level of interference we have on the part of our government in all aspects of life here in St. Lucia. Now, they have tried all kinds of things, you know, to get at our political leader. And of course, when they feel that they have all the power, he has found other avenues, other routes, okay, to bring about justice and to let them know their place. As you are aware, he has taken them to the courts on several occasions and has won them. There are a number of outstanding court cases, and we know what the outcome is going to be. However, Jacinta will make a commentary on a recent development in one of those matters. So I ask of you to listen patiently for just a few minutes as we bring you up to date with what exactly is happening in your country, why we are in trouble like we are.
A few days ago, I heard that a judge recused himself from a court case because of interference by two people. This means he's no longer interested in hearing the case and has requested that another judge deal with that case. I mean, did I hear correctly? A judge making the decision that he will no longer hear a case because of what two people said and did? The court does not spell out that this interference was political, but one might assume that it was based on the people involved in the case. One was a politician and two were political appointees. So for all intents and purposes, if politicians or politically appointed people, because of their actions, have caused a judge to recuse himself from a case, to me, this boils down to political interference. This is very concerning and should concern every citizen of this island. So let's take a look at what transpired based on a signed order from the High Court dated July 28, 2023. This court order cites a case which was brought by the Honorable Alan Chasney in his personal capacity and in his capacity as a parliamentary representative for Miko South against the Speaker of the House of Assembly and the Attorney General for St. Lucia. What I understand from the court order is that two of the people named in the case, and they are known as litigants, made contact with the office of the Registrar of the High Court to inquire as to the reason for the timing of the application for interim injunction that had been made by the Honorable Alan Chasney. Remember, they had tried to prevent the Honorable Chasney from being anywhere near the Parliament building, and he took them to court? Well, these litigants went to the registrar to make the inquiries on the same day of the hearing of the injunction. Added to that, correspondence pertaining to the case was given to the registrar of the High Court by one of the parties named in the proceedings for the attention of the judge. But wait for it, it was not given by the lawyers representing the parties. What? Correspondence was sent to the judge by someone who was one of the parties in the case? I have only seen this in mafia movies. This correspondence was copied to Alan Chasney as political leader of the United Workers' Party, and also to the General Secretary of the United Workers' Party, who was not even part of the case. The court order described this as extremely egregious. And guess what? The lawyers involved in the case were not even copied on the correspondence. The court order mentions the term extremely egregious. You know what this means, St. Lucia? Egregious describes something that is remarkably and conspicuously bad, offensive or shocking. Ça mean, ça yo fait, pli mauvais passé mauvais. Il est tellement malédiction, ça fait judge la cour, oui. This is scary. I am calling on the Bar Association to clear the air on this matter because I need clarity on what this statement by a court could mean. What was done by these people who interfered with the court procedure was so bad, so offensive, so shocking that a judge who was originally hearing the case does not want to have anything more to do with the case. I need to ask the question, has there ever been a court case where there was interference by people who deemed themselves to be important and we were not made aware, whether they be politicians or politically exposed people? Think about this. If you have a case in court, political interference could play a role, probably to the detriment of your case. This is scary. And the fact that a court could publicly reveal that a judge does not want to hear a case because of the behaviors of two litigants is not just scary, it is extremely serious. We as St. Lucians have to be concerned about this. One of the things you should know is that whether you are a politician or you are close to a politician, or you have close ties to politicians, or believe you're important or in a prominent position, or you are a self-proclaimed judge sans papier, you cannot interfere in the working of the judiciary. In fact, politicians are obligated to keep their hands off the judiciary, much less Siti Akolikyo. St. Lucia, I do not care which political party you support. How would you feel if you had a matter in court and some people who do not like you try to use their influence because of their positions to interfere with the case? How would you feel? Trust me, St. Lucia, we are now aware that the behaviors of two people involved in the case brought by the Member of Parliament for Miku South against the Speaker of the House and the Attorney General of St. Lucia have been described as extremely egregious. To remind you, this means these behaviors were deemed by a court to be conspicuously bad, shocking, and offensive. My question again is, can we be reassured that such interference has not been tried in other cases? As I said earlier, this is scary. So politicians and those close to them who believe that they can sway the outcome of court cases by interfering with the judicial process need to be reminded to keep their hands off. That's not there.
Who has shone some light on the blight that St. Lucia is facing with the St. Lucia Labour Party. Interference at the highest level. I'm not surprised. We must remember that there was this case where the Prime Minister himself, no less, and his Attorney General went to the courthouse and said to the media that they had gone there to make sure that justice is being served. May I remind or inform the Prime Minister and his Attorney General that we have separation of powers in our democracy. Okay? They are part of the executive and they should not interfere with the judiciary. And when you see that begins to happen, you know St. Lucia is in trouble. Now, I suspect some of you don't really believe me when I say St. Lucia is in trouble. Get your phone out, because I'm not the only customer of Judicial in this room here. And every customer of Judicial probably got that love letter that I got. I want to read something to you. Like every other company in St. Lucia, we are facing the impact of increased costs of doing business as a result of your government of St. Lucia recent implementation of a health and citizen security levy of 2.5% on goods at the port of entry and 2.5% on the market services. Now, that is a tax that they have put on us. That's right. The government of St. Lucia. Now hear that. The levy, that is the tax, is applicable across the entire range of digital products and services. So 2.5% for products, 2.5% for so let's do 2.5%. 2.5% like a multiply, cafe PT by the time it gets to you. So here that 2.5%. The levy, which I said is a tax, is applicable across the entire range of digital products and services, and as such, we wish to advise that you can expect to see a 2.5% increase in your monthly subscription and an additional 2.5% government tax applicable to your service as of October 8th. So point it on. So let me just tell you, for example, I have an account where I am paying $165 a month come October 8th. Because of that additional tax that the government has put, they're going to charge me 2.5% for the products, 2.5% for the service. It is going to rise from $165 to $174. That is on top of bread, on top of gas, on top of groceries, on top of school books, on top of everything else that we already have to pay through our noses. People, this country is in trouble. Now, Adamun, you barakopon, Salmania osa appeal pour Adamun say le parle about manger. Kentucky vous let man do it. Now listen to this. KFC, that is Kentucky Fried Chicken, would like to inform its valued customers that as a result of the health and security levy, that is the tax introduced by government of St. Lucia, as well as the continued rise in the cost of inputs, KFC has found it necessary to implement price increases in menu items. And that has been happening from the 4th of September this year. Now, brace yourself. Those companies who have the courtesy, you'll be getting more of those letters. Increase, price increase on you. St. Lucia is in trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the trouble that we are experiencing in St. Lucia, I will call on the next speaker. Because you may think it's just groceries, you may think it's just the price of gas, you may just think it's the price of bread, but many of you here have children who go to school. Let us look at the situation with education in this country today. Since this government, the SLP government, has taken over, I would like to call on someone, an educator herself, who is intimately familiar with what is going on, to speak to you on that matter, and she will also touch on the issue of agriculture, which must have farmers at this too. Because when we talk about increasing prices, fertilizer, 2.5%. Spray, 2.5%. Every input that you have to use for agriculture today, the price has gone up. And I'm not sure that the price of our goods have gone up. And of course, the farmer may decide to bring it up and pass it on. And guess who's going to pay for it? You. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on our next speaker, the future parliamentary representative of Denry North, Senator Dr. Thank you very much, Dr. Farah Polius, who will address you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mama Iflabo! C'est l'Isien Antouaka. Yes. We are in trouble. Yeah. And let me tell you something. You know Bob Marley's song, of course. They can fool the people sometimes, but they can't fool all the people all the time. And now we've seen the light. Let us stand up for what is right in this country. We need to stand up. You know, moi vle di a bon souhait pour tout maman Iflabo qui en Soufriere. Bon souhait maman Iflabo. And all those who are watching us on the live stream, we want to say a pleasant day to you and all those who have traveled from near and far who are here with us. Mama Iflabo, we need to stand as an army. We need to stand and regain St. Lucia because it belongs to all of us. We need to take control of what is ours. Yes. So I know, and by now all St. Lucians, they have made it abundantly clear. Et qui a dit tous les jours savent. They have regretted giving the Labour Party a chance. They regret the risk they took, a risk that has caused them nothing but embarrassment, disgruntlement, victimization, a 2.5 tax on the backs of St. Lucians, and a sense of hopelessness in this country. This is the refrain you hear everywhere in this country, the length and breadth of St. Lucia. But I'll tell you something. You know what's most revealing, Mama Iflabo? Some of the very own supporters, they cannot hold it any longer. They don't have a choice, you know. They have to wear their hat on their sleeves. Et vous savez ça, ça veut dire? Che yo tellement plein, il peut pour explode, yo ni pour parler. And they are talking, and they have a lot to say. So we ought to listen. Mama Iflabo, I have news flash for you today. Kisa, haven't you heard? Ou poko tan sa? Administration Labour Party ni 15 ministres agricoles. They have 15 ministers of agriculture. And you want to know how? Just listen, and I will tell you how. In August last year, Morocco donated almost 4,000 bags of fertilizer to St. Lucia. To be exact, 3,924 bags of fertilizer. And the farmers were supposed to receive these bags of fertilizer free of charge. Given that the price of inputs has gone up, and given that, you know, many farmers experience problems with soil fertility. Yokadi terre pa ka produit, initialement bagay di dan, il kan empêcher danweya, il kan empêcher fig la, il kan empêcher ces crops la fait produit en chaye. So Morocco donated these bags of fertilizer as a relief package to St. Lucian farmers. And you know, the minister, Honorable Prosper, what's his first name? Alfred Prosper, sorry about that. That's okay. You know, he said that these fertilizer bags would be distributed to the farmers, to the local farmers, free of charge. Mr. Minister, we want you, the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Alfred Prosper, we want you to tell us what happened to the 3,942 bags of fertilizer that were stored in the warehouse in Lakai Dennery. We want to know what happened to these bags of fertilizer. Since when? Écoutez bien. Since when constituency offices of some ministers of cabinet have become mini warehouses and a collection point for fertilizer by farmers. Apweza farmer ni pou ale a constituency office se district rep la pou yo sa jwen ki sa? Guano. Kalte papi show sa ki ka fet sa pays set lisi. We are in trouble. We are in trouble. And since when do we pick and choose farmers to receive fertilizer to boost crop production? Since when? Mamai Flabo, Mamai Setlisien, famine is in serious trouble. Under a United Workers' Party administration, all farmers receive fertilizer. Blue, red, green, yellow, black, white, everyone. And they all receive fertilizer at one location. So why should we play cheap politics with the people who are directly responsible for food production in this country? Why should we play the political game? And yet this government, this SLP administration is talking about food security. Food security. Today we see a Labour Party playing politics with our food production. We see a Labour Party with 15 ministers of agriculture, each minister taking responsibility for the collection and distribution of fertilizer to farmers they know supported them.
Not good, not good, not good.
Where we go to Nukale? Do you see where we are heading?
Yes.
And it's not in a good place. In Dennery North, for example, the farmers want to know. The farmers want to know why a quantity of fertilizer was collected from the warehouse in Lakai Dennery and taken to the office of the district rep. Ekpas la pateni asele. Imene agadet Lakai yo sipote Labour Party. Why does that have to happen? For as long as I live in Gadet, I don't know there to be any warehouse. Majibes of Gadet ni pièce warehouse. And when farmers wanted chemicals, when farmers wanted fertilizer and other inputs for the crops, under a UWP administration, where did they go to? The reception depot at Lakai.
That's right.
C'est là qu'on est pour aller. Our farmers are in trouble. And the farming sector is in trouble too. St. Lucia is in trouble. So I want to say to the district rep, the prime minister, and the minister responsible for agriculture, where is the transparency and the equity in the distribution of these bags of fertilizer? Where is it? Why politicize a sector that is so critical to the survival of the people of this country?
That's right, that's right.
We have questions, we need answers.
That's right.
And as St. Lucians, we need to stand up for what is right in this country. So after you have done all your distribution, you gave your supporters bags of fertilizer free of charge, The poor farmers, UWP farmers, are asking for fertilizer just to be told that they are for labor supporters. Papi show! Papi show! And you want to say to these farmers, they can now buy NFTO's fertilizer, a specific quota at $47 a bag. And anything above that quota, they have to pay $69. That's ludicrous. This is embarrassing and shameful. Where is our minister? The minister responsible for agriculture, Prosper Coteo. You have fooled the farmers. Yes. Made them believe that they were going to get milk and honey. This foolishness needs to stop in St. Lucia. That's right. And in Denry North, I want to say to the district rep, Honorable Sean Edward, Nukaveo. That's right. That's right. This needs to stop. And the farmers want you to give them what is rightfully theirs. That's right. Give it to them. And don't select people to receive fertilizer. We're talking about food production. Après ça, bien mal pour un petit dachin en supermarket là. Bien mal pour un petit pas de figue. Et là, où je viens de tellement cher. Un jour, moi t'ai dit à Kaï Parlement, mon yé bagay sa ka ale à mon yé les bas parti kamene agricole un pays c'est ici. Ils sont plus tard, nous kaini pour acheter figue l'autre pays. Nous kaini pour acheter manger nourriture l'autre pays, ground provision l'autre pays. But tout ça qui ça? We are going to make sure the United Workers' Party will make sure that this does not happen. We are going to take control of St. Lucia again. Nous pas ça quitter cette liste fini en bas les bas parti. Jamais pas. And we are putting them on notice. We are letting them know that. Et pour moi, qui bagaille tellement mauvais à place là, excepté ici à 3 cas, moi de ces femmes, moi si elle a ni femme parmi nous, moi de combien l'argent yo joignent les brettes, tistom la passé, les brettes passées, combien l'argent yo joignent? Ask them, they'll tell you. They will tell you. They promised the farmers $750 per acre. Mais combien yo joignent? Yo ba yo 550, mais ça qui joignent $300, ça qui joignent un chèque $250. Ou pourquoi ça c'est moussaka insulte les femmes? That's right, that's true. This is an insult to the farmers. And you know what? I want you to assess the situation yourself. And you're going to answer a question that I'm going to ask you in a bit. Under a UWP administration, all registered farmers receive 2 rounds of the same fertilizer from Morocco.
Yes, free of charge.
Free of charge. Sans payer rien. Tout farmer. Pani farmer flabo, ebe farmer leba, nous tout farmer. They received 2 rounds of spraying oil. And they received $800 per acre. Others win 6,000, others win 10,000, others win your meal, their meal. Maman Flabo, moi v'l'en coûter c'est les bas bien ou savent. parce que yo même ka plewe passe où? Yo ka plewe en bas. So even in this little thing, the assistance that they received, Labour Party played its politics. Penalizing the farmers of St. Lucia because of their political affiliation. So, moi vle mando, qui laisse administration ou quoi qui en faveur toute femme à cette lycée? Qui laisse administration? Mande en les bas, c'est qui kaidou. Il kaidou c'est flambeau. I'm shifting gears a bit. I'm moving to education. As for education and the reopening of school, who's supposed to attend, sir? Aye, aye, aye. Disaster. Disaster. Preparation for the reopening of school. I give the Minister of Education, Honorable Sean Edward, a big F. I give him a big F. You have failed the education system. You have failed the Principals Association. You have failed the parents of this country. You have failed them. You have failed them. So schools reopen for the new academic year on Monday, September 4th, with so much confusion and chaos. Some schools had no furniture. Qui côté maman kay acide ekwi sa ekwi. Principals complained that they had not received facilities fees. Some schools had no supplies for school feeding programs. Some schools, even today, are still under repair. And while some teachers were on sick out due to the deplorable conditions of their school.
That's true.
St. Lucia is in trouble.
Yes.
Our education system is in trouble. Serious trouble. What a chaos. Big chaos. But mind you, they will boast about the 4,000 laptops. Empty laptops, see? Empty laptops to fool the parents. The same parents who still had to buy textbooks for their children.
That's right.
They spend so much money, hundreds of dollars. Whereas the e-books equipped with the students' school text and other educational materials could have been continued to facilitate learning and to save the parents hundreds of dollars. At a time when, you know, the price of everything has spiraled. Where is the foresight and planning for education in this country? Where are we going? It didn't take us very long to see that even the Minister of Education has no progressive plan to take education to a new level in this country. St. Lucians, Mama Iflabo, I say to you that we should no longer accept mediocrity from this failing labor administration. We cannot afford to remain quiet and complacent. We cannot allow our fellow brother or sister to suffer victimization under a Labour Party administration, and for us to turn a blind eye and say, it didn't happen to me. Ou savent si ou apwe? Est-ce ou savent si ou apwe? We have to look out for each other. The time has come for us to act. Bon, moi, j'ai parlé assez. The time has come for us to act. And the time to act is now. We are here to protect you. Not the victory we're protecting, you know. We are protecting you and your livelihoods. That's what we're doing. And I want to say to you, and you have to remember this, it didn't take them too long to realize that they were fooled. But we also want to remind the Labour Party that they can fool the people sometimes, but they cannot fool the people all the time. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, they cannot fool the people all the time. And now that we have seen the light, let us all stand up for what is right in this country. We are going to rally with each other. We are going to fight for a better St. Lucia. Mama Flamo! Thank you.
Naked fool, you think you are cool to deny me for simplicity. Yes, you are gone for so long with your love for vanity. Yes, you have got the wrong interpretation mixed up with vain imagination. So take your sun and your moon and your rain and your stars and forever, yes, erase your...
Messieurs, pays en trois cas. St. Lucia is in trouble. You just heard from Senator Polius, Dr. Polius told you what is happening, even in our school system. Now, you know, I sometimes pass through Bocage to go to my farm. Last time I tried to pass, road closed, school closed, everything closed. That is in the Prime Minister's constituency. So I wanted to find out, why is the school closed? They told me the heavy roller has become dead weight, and he is now acting like Quickson in his usual sabotage manner, which we found out very late. Once the man is not at the top, Monsieur Waji. Depuis où Tigouté pour Prime Minister, depuis pas Prime Minister, il Waji. You know the man trying to sabotage the Prime Minister in his own constituency? You had 7 weeks vacation, you did not fix the road. The week school is opening, that's when you're coming to fix the road. But anyway, they will find out about him. But people, the thing about it is, we are not joking when we tell you St. Lucia is in trouble. The good thing is you can see for yourself. Now, before I go further, I have a little announcement to make. PA 8276, you are pinning the police. Bon, avant you blâmer nous pour crime cette ici, la police là. Because I have something to say about what the Prime Minister said about the UWP recently. But I will call on the other speaker before I do so. Because Avant de parler, je voulais find out ko UWP ka wete. Because moi apprendre UWP qui dormi tous les jours et il levé le matin, il voulait plus crème fait de pays. C'est le Prime Minister qui dit ça. So, mais c'est les mots d'yot nous en trois cas. Les mots d'yot nous en trois cas, nous avons chai trois cas. But Soufriere, I am in a position to tell you, you're in trouble in Soufriere. History always repeats itself. Your parliamentary representative was once the parliamentary representative for my constituency, Grosile. Avec il pas fait aïe. Les gens Grosile check koyo. 5 ans après, ils ont pour mener ce travail à vie pour un bagage été fait. Bon, ma devrais dire ça, mais on fait même les à Soufriere. Mais on kind pour correct mistakes ça là avant it water. You saw the kind of work that was done in your constituency in the last 5 years. And I'm telling you now, you will not see any work done in your constituency for the next 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of hard workers in this party who formed a team with a visionary leader called Alan Chasney. And for 3 years, even Alan Chasney saying 5 years, I telling you it was 3 years. For 2 years there was COVID, nobody's affair. In 3 years, look at the work that was done in this country by the United Workers' Party.
I make the corner we'll make it. And that's why they make the take it. Sure.
Now, some people told me in ancillary canneries and in Soufriere, more work was done than in Grosile, than I did in Grosile in 5 years. And the guys only did that in 3 years. So you know what to do. Because it will be your loss if you continue along the path that you have taken so far. I am sure you are seeing the evidence. But we'll start from north and come down. For now, I want to announce to you, given the kind of work that was done in his constituency, given the kind of representation he gave us at his ministry, a man who understood the meaning of tourism to our economy in St. Lucia, unlike your Prime Minister, who was a former Minister of Tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you right now to speak to you on matters pertaining to the subject your Prime Minister does not understand, that is tourism. I want him to speak to you on a situation that was created by your current Prime Minister, cost of living. I now introduce our Deputy Political Leader, Senator Dominic Fede, to address you.
I see them lying there worried. Standing at the gate. But yeah, I know I am and I sing. You sing. Is on your shoulder. Kill I today, you cannot kill I tomorrow.
Mama Floppo! Can you feel the winds of victory blowing in Soufriere tonight? Well, Philip declared, I cannot say short, I cannot say tall. The tall man he was speaking about was Spider. And the short man, he is afraid of his guy Joseph. Mama Flabo, serious business tonight. Because as you have heard from many speakers, we are in trouble. Now, Mama Flabo, I have to deal with home, right where I am here in Soufriere. And I remember being in the cabinet with Senator Herod Stanislas. And I looked across from the hills of Canaries. And I see the magnificent progress that was happening here in Soufriere. And so when Herod called me on election night and he said, Dom, it doesn't look like Soufriere is coming home to the UWP tonight. It was one of the most saddest moments in my life. Because from then I knew that by abandoning Herod and going to Emma, that Soufriere was in trouble. From election night I knew because I was here when we opened the town square. I was here when we sat and we unveiled under the visionary leadership of Alan Chasney and Herod Stanislas the most beautiful town square there is in St. Lucia. I was here when we opened the Hummingbird Beach project right here in Soufriere. I was here. I was here when we opened up the bus terminal in Soufriere, one of Herod's favorite projects, because Herod saw that by building up the infrastructure of Soufriere, that what Soufriere was becoming was a beacon of hope for small communities everywhere in the developing world. And so it's a travesty from coming from the best representative that Soufriere has ever had to the worst representative that Soufriere has ever had. That's a travesty. And so tonight, I'm going to put the political leader under some pressure, because I am going to stand here proudly tonight and endorse Mr. Herod Stanislas as the next candidate for Soufriere constituency. Herod is the man. There's too much work to continue to build the destiny of this constituency. Now, I must tell you that while all of that was happening for Herod, I can't tell you I wasn't a little jealous. I was a little jealous. Because you see, a very special place in Alan's Chasney's heart is the constituency of Soufriere. And so Soufriere was the Blue Eye constituency because it was the Prime Minister's favorite child at the time. His second favorite child after Micoud South. And so Soufriere, you have made a significant blunder by getting rid of an MP who was the best you've had in history, and getting rid of a Prime Minister who had a soft spot for Soufriere, who understood that Soufriere played a significant role in the economic development of St. Lucia. When I went to see him, he told me that ancillary and canneries will grow once Soufriere grows. Choiseul will grow once Soufriere grows. What is happening to the growth today? What is happening to all the work we did in village tourism? What is happening in the new facilities we put down at the sulfur springs? What's happening to the new baths? What is new? What has Emma done in 2 years? Absolutely nothing for the people of Soufriere. But you should not be surprised, because in Grosley, where I grew up, we had a rep called Spider, and Emma had come in and replaced 5 glorious years of Spider, who did magnificent work in the constituency. And Emma was a complete failure. That's why she had to run from Grosley and come here to fool the people of Soufriere. And so, my brothers and sisters, Soufriere is in deep trouble. Ancillary is in deep trouble. And St. Lucia is in deep trouble. Now, let's get to the meat of the matter. We have a situation in our country which is gripping all of us. The Labour Party says that they are gouvernement Malawi. Yes? Isn't that correct? Yes? But how could you be a government of the poor and you allow bread to go up? You allow gas to go up? You allow cooking gas to go up? You allow the price of electricity to go up? You allow food in the supermarket to go up on the backs of the poor people of this country. How can you say that there's nothing you're able to do? Because the inflation is imported. Philip J. Pierre would like us to believe. Now, if you cannot do anything, if you do not have any ideas, then step aside and allow a visionary leader in Alan Michael Chasney to come in and lead St. Lucia out of the trouble that it's in. And so I do not agree, because other governments have done wonderful things to protect their people. You go to St. Kitts and you see that they have reduced and removed completely duties from barrels going into St. Kitts. They have reduced the excise tax on fuel. They have reduced the fuel surcharge on electricity. They have capped bus fares so that bus fares would be cushioned and stabilized, and their people will not have to face the increases of bus fares. They have decided as well that they will cap the price of gas, and they have given a subsidy for the gasoline importers in their country. But at one time in St. Lucia, we had even the price of kerosene being at record levels under the leadership of Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party. And so, brothers and sisters, they told us that food would not be affected. But look, Spider just read a memo from KFC to its customers showing us that food will be affected, because if you go by KFC now, they are saying come October you will have to pay new and increased rates for all of their products. Now, it tells you that Philip J. Pierre doesn't understand the economy. Philip J. Pierre doesn't understand how to manage the economic affairs of this country, which is why he would make a statement like that. Now, I want to say to you that in the worst of times, all of the things that Philip has promised, Alan Chasney did it in the worst of times. In the worst of times. In the worst of times during COVID, Alan Chasney didn't promise 1,500 to people who were going through a tough time. He delivered 1,500 in income support to the NIC workers of this country. He went to the World Bank and he said, look, there are people in our country, taxi drivers, hairdressers, barber shops, farmers, unregistered workers who are not registered with NIC. And now that the tourism industry and the general economy is closed, I need to borrow some money so that we can give these people some income support. That's how you lead through a crisis. He said to the same World Bank that we have 6,000 families that are going to be affected by the high electricity bills. And today, if you look at the Social Economic Review, electricity price has gone up by 30%. But Alan Chasney, in that time, with very little fiscal room, said that we are going to give support in electricity bills to 6,000 families all over St. Lucia. That was done in the worst of times. Alan Chasney never put on a 2.5% tax on the backs of poor people struggling in this country. He never did. In fact, what he did, he said that at this difficult time, people are struggling to pay their loans. I am going to remove property tax. And for 3 years, businesses nor residents never paid property tax while we were recovering from COVID. But Philip J. Pierre put on our backs a 2.5% tax, and then he tells us that he cannot do anything about inflation. He cannot do anything about our suffering. He cannot do anything about the price of bread going up. He cannot do anything for the vendor in Soufriere who has no business because there's 0 cruise ships coming to the harbor. He cannot do anything for the worker in Soufriere who has less hours because Ernest Hilaire has messed up the airlift situation of this country. He cannot do anything to the tour guides at the Sulphur Spring because they are on rotation and they're having less pay. That's a failed leader. That's a clueless leader. That's an incompetent leader. And we must get rid of Philip J. Pierre. We must get rid of him and install a visionary leader to deal with the inflation problem affecting our country. And so, brothers and sisters, don't make them fool you. You walk through Castries, you walk through Soufriere, and people who are trying to do something for themselves are finding it tough. It's not just businesses. People are almost begging you to give them a sale. And when people are begging you to give them a sale, you must know that things are hard for everyone in this country. But Philip doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand the plight that the small man is going through. He doesn't understand how to protect you from the high cost of living. All he cares about is protecting the Labour Party's victory. That's all he cares about. And so he has failed to protect us from crime. He has failed to protect us from cost of living. He has failed at doing the job of Prime Minister. And so, this business about who is the best tourism manager in our country. And we have to talk about this here in Soufriere because Soufriere is the breadbasket of the tourism sector. And we must deal with some of those mistruths that the Minister of Tourism and the Prime Minister continues to spread in the country, to make people feel like they are doing such a great job. Now, we launched a program here in Soufriere called the Village Tourism Project. And you've seen evidence of it everywhere. You've seen the square, you've seen the Hummingbird Project, you've seen the bus terminal, you've seen the Chasney Bridge, you've seen a whole host of programs to help to create a better enabling environment for the community of Soufriere. The Labour Party came in and they took over this project, which really was to encourage more small businesses in tourism, was to create greater ownership among St. Lucians within the tourism industry, was to make sure that there were more Airbnbs, that there were more restaurants, there were more bars, there were more tours owned by people in Soufriere and people in St. Lucia. And Harold and myself and the former Prime Minister worked very diligently to get Soufriere going and to make sure that Soufriere, even in the difficult of times with COVID, that it could recover as fast as possible. The Labour Party took over this program, and the only thing they have done is change the name from village tourism to community tourism. When last have you heard anything from the Minister of Tourism about community tourism or village tourism. He is a complete failure of the people of Soufriere. He's a complete failure of hotel workers, and he too deserves to lose his job. They want to make you believe that Alan Chasney has never built a hotel. Could you believe that nonsense? I mean, Alan Chasney built his own hotel. It's called Coco Palm. He put his own money and built his own hotel. Philip J. Pierre and Ernest Hilaire combined has never built a single bedroom in the history of tourism in this country. There's no debate. You have never built a bedroom. You cannot talk. This is a man who has put his money where his mouth is. He believes in the people of St. Lucia. He believes in our brand. He believes in our uniqueness. He believes that we can be the best. That's why he and his family have invested their money. He's not just siding on the sidelines trying to fool you for a vote. He is showing you that he believes in Soufriere. The first time Alan Chasney entered politics, it was right here in Soufriere that he came to run, because he believes in the potential of Soufriere and he believes in the people of Soufriere. So I don't need to go down the long list. I have about 20 hotels that Alan Chasney brought to St. Lucia. But I'm not going to go down the list, because that's not the point. The point is that there's nobody in St. Lucia, including myself, that has the international respect and has the credibility as a tourism manager like Alan Chasney. Philip J. Pierre, you cannot compare. So they can jump high and jump low in Parliament. Every time they slip up, we will take them to court. This is all about trying to discredit our leader. This is all about trying to destabilize the United Workers' Party. This is all about confusing you, Mamai Flabo. This is all about trying to get rid of the thorn in their side. This is all about trying to stay in power. But Mamai Flabo, I have got news for them tonight. Change is coming soon. Change is coming soon. Change is coming in Soufriere. Change is coming in Ancillary. Change is coming in Choiseul. Well, we have to worry here because Philip is still in charge. Mamai Flabo, we have to worry because Philip J. Pierre is still in charge. We have to worry. Now, I see my good friend Ernest Hilaire puts out a press release to tell us that St. Lucia has expanded its flights from the US by 7%. And I say to myself, where has Ernest Hilaire been? We have lost from the US market 13 flights a week. 13 flights a week from the US market alone, which is a total of 33% of our total flights to St. Lucia. You increasing the flights by 7% is not good enough. That's why we are under pressure. That's why there are no jobs in this country. That's why hotels are on rotation. That's why the taxi drivers don't have trips. That's why there are 0 cruise ships in the harbor. Because you have mismanaged the industry. You have mismanaged the area.
So the plan under your visionary government, while we were dealing with COVID, was to make sure that we had a strong U.S. market. So that for the first time in the history of our country, we had American Airlines flying from Chicago, and we got that during COVID. For the first time in the history, we had American Airlines from JFK, New York. For the first time in history, we had JetBlue flying 3 times a week from New Jersey, Newark Airport. For the first time in the history of tourism management in our country, we had Dallas, a flight from American Airlines coming out of the state of Dallas. Let me explain why that's important. Chicago was important because there was a monopoly in Chicago, and by putting American competition on the route. JFK was important because there was a monopoly at New York. Miami was important because it was a second flight that gave more frequency, more option and convenience to the customer. And Dallas was important because unlike the rest of the US, Dallas as a state is a very hot state. And so as a result, you don't only have business in the winter, you also have business in the summer months when people from Texas are trying to escape the heat wave of that state. Put Ernest Hilaire in charge of the tourism industry, and all these flights are gone, disappear, zero, gone from our country. And that is his record. He has squandered and mismanaged the tourism industry by squandering the airlift of our country. And so we rate him as 0. Carnival and jazz cannot save tourism by itself.
That's right.
Carnival is 1 week, Mr. Minister. Jazz is 1 week. A year have 52 weeks. The farmers have 52 weeks of products. The taxi drivers have 52 weeks of loans to pay. The vendor have 52 weeks of stocks for sale. The hotel workers have 52 weeks of bills to pay. So you coming and tell us that you had a good carnival and you had a good jazz is not good enough. That's not how you manage a destination. So Mama Flamo, there is so much more that I wish to tell you. There is so much more that we must get into. Time doesn't permit me to do so today. But I know that you are feeling tough. I know you're victimized under this government. I know that they have abandoned you. I know that they are coming for a lot of you personally. I know how vindictive they are. But I want to leave you with a very encouraging scripture that my grandmother used to say. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And so it's time for action. It's time for change. It's time to get rid of Philip J. Pierre and this clueless government. Let's start the campaign now. Let's take back our country. Let's rebuild St. Lucia and put it into a period of prosperity under Alan Chasney and the United Workers' Party. Mama Flabo, thank you. Good night.
Excuse me, would you mind if I sat down? I'm the other.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Now, it doesn't matter whether the message comes from a tall guy or a short guy. The message is what's important. The message is what is important, and you got a powerful message from a short guy. I will tell you this. We are in trouble in St. Lucia. St. Lucia is in trouble right now, but we have hope. Because when I listen to the men and women of the United Workers' Party, I believe the song when it says, every little thing will be all right. You just have to do your part. You just have to play your role. Take a stand and ensure that we rid St. Lucia of the crisis that it is facing right now. I tell you, St. Lucia is in trouble when your Prime Minister admits that as a former tourism minister, he did not understand the value of tourism to the St. Lucian economy. You heard a former tourism minister. And you know the man knew his onions, he knows his salt. And he performed only to find that we are in reverse now. You know we are in trouble in St. Lucia. When because of the poor handling of the crime situation in this country, Philip J. Pierre, who is the Minister of National Security, has thrown his hands up in the air, admitted that he does not have the answer, and is calling for help. After we had signaled to him what he should do, we made recommendations, he rejected it. I asked him to step down. I pleaded with the Prime Minister to fire the National Security Minister. He did not respond. Today, when there is an advisory, now you see me, I come from Gros-Île. Now the Martinican tourist is very important to the town of Gros-Île. So when there is an advisory from the French asking their people to be careful if they go into St. Lucia because of the crime rate in this country, our Prime Minister was informed of that. He looked more surprised than anybody else, and he did not even know that that had taken place. Something that was in place for weeks, he did not know. People, we are in trouble. Now, I mentioned that you're in trouble throughout the length of breadth and breadth in St. Lucia. Our country is in trouble. But since we are in Soufriere tonight, let us narrow our focus to Soufriere. And I saw Soufriere. Already you have the natural beauty. Already you have the geography that is world class. And you have some remarkable people who have come from this constituency. And then you had a parliamentary representative who had the interests of the people of Soufriere at heart. A hard worker. I mean, Dominic spoke for both of us when he said, honestly, I watched Herod and what was happening in Soufriere and I consider myself to be a damn good parliamentary representative, and I'm proud of my record. You know? But fellas like Dominic and Herod made me look ordinary. That is the kind of representation you rejected in this place. And guess what? Guess what? Gros-Île reject. What am I saying? Gros-Île learned their lesson by having Emma for 5 years and realizing that she could not deliver. She could not deliver. And you made that mistake. People, let us correct that mistake. I now call on your next parliamentary representative who will correct that mistake and put an end to the troubles of Soufriere. Senator Herod Stanislas, your next parliamentary representative for Soufriere.
Maman Flambeau, Soufriere for Saint-Jacques, good night. And let me say a special good evening to our political leader and members at the head table tonight. Good night to our supporters, members who are not here in the hall tonight, but who are at home viewing on GVD TV, viewing on Facebook and other social media platforms. Of course, to our supporters in the diaspora, those of us in Texas, in New York, in Miami, in Canada, in England, all over, a pleasant good evening to each and every one of you.
Mamai Flabo, my defeat in the July 26, 2021 general elections was disappointing to me and to many of you here tonight. It was disappointing because I felt that I, with the guidance and support of the government led by Honorable Anand Shasne and the United Workers' Party, worked extremely hard at transforming the length and breadth of our beloved Soufriere, mostly under very trying and difficult circumstances. A fact which was evidenced by the glowing terms in which every visitor and St. Lucians who visited the town of Soufriere described the ongoing transformative development. It was disappointing because I felt that the people of Soufriere Fonds gave my two immediate predecessors 2 consecutive terms, which, in my opinion, their performance in the first term did not merit a second term. It was disappointing because based on my performance as a parliamentary representative, I believed I deserved a second term. However, the people of Soufriere Fonds felt differently and voted for Emma Hippolyte and the St. Lucia Labour Party. And I accepted the results of that election and the will of the people of Soufriere Fonds. I sat back and allowed the parliamentary representative to govern, although I knew deep down Soufriere was going to be in trouble. Nothing would have happened. But then, less than 2 years since Philip J. Pierre and this SLP administration assumed office, I was awakened by the cries of my people. I was awakened by the cries and tears of suffering and financial hardship of my beloved people of Soufriere Fonds Saint-Jacques. Cries of the injustices, of the victimization, of the oppression, of the suppression, of the corruption, of the maladministration, of the nepotism and sheer incompetence of Philip J. Pierre and his St. Lucia Labour Party government. On numerous occasions, I warned the people of St. Lucia that based on the poor and desperate condition of Castries East, under 25 years of leadership and representation of Philip J. Pierre, that he did not possess the capacity or the ability to represent 17 constituencies. Therefore, Mamai Flabo, St. Lucia, are you surprised at the mess that he has made in the affairs of the country? If the man cannot handle one constituency, how do you expect him to handle 17 constituencies? My people of Soufriere Fonds, Philip J. Pierre and his incompetent, clueless, and visionless government have put us in trouble. St. Lucia is in deep trouble, and Soufriere is in trouble. The situation is dire. The situation requires the vision, the experience, the expertise, the innovation, the creativity, the strategic prowess and commitment of a United Workers' Party government led by our tried, tested, reformed leader, a man with a vision, and that is Alan Michael Shasne. My people of Soufriere Fonds, do not let your hearts be troubled. I have heard your cries of anguish. I am coming back to fight the wrongs that needs resistance. That needs resistance to help demand accountability, fairness, and respectability from this government. I am coming back into this fight to continue the development plan which together we embarked upon on June 17th, 2016. I am coming back in response to a clarion call to help rescue St. Lucia and Soufriere But I am not coming alone. I am coming back with the trusted backing and support of our political leader, Alan Chasney, and the qualified men and women of the United Workers' Party. Philip J. Pierre's lack of preparedness when he came into office is now glaringly obvious for all to see. Despite his bombastic boast that he was the best prepared to be Prime Minister, today the entire nation has been made to pay for electing a government that presented its case based on lies, propaganda, empty promises, and beating empty pants rather than presenting solid, well thought out, sustainable plans for the holistic development of all our people. Mama Flambeau Soufriere, I am back in this fight to stand toe-to-toe with you, the people, to stop the victimization which is taking place at the Soufriere Regional Development Foundation. A place, when we came into office, we found 140 staff employed. Under my representation, no one was fired. At the end of my representation, in 2021, we had created over 60 jobs. We left with a staffing of 206 employees at the foundation. Within months of coming to office, Emma Hippolyte, under the representation of Emma Hippolyte, and the chairman and CEO of the foundation, over 25% of our people were fired. They were killed by Emma Hippolyte. They did not care if these people had to feed their families. They did not care if these people had children to send to school. They didn't care if they had bills to pay, rent to pay, loans to pay, mortgages to pay. They just fired them all. They do not care. This is a fight for you, the 25 persons who were fired, that when I return as parliamentary representative, your jobs are back. You are going to get your jobs back. In the foundation, when we came in, the revenue was only $4 million a year. But with the leadership of Alan Chasney and United Workers' Party, with the vision of a board of directors and good management, we were able to build new pools, repair the jetties, collect the fees at the docks. We were able to build a beach park, and the revenue grew by 2019 to over $9 million. What have they done? They have just fired our people. They have not created one new job. But that is coming to an end soon. The hatchet man at the Soufriere Foundation has 5 positions. The pensioner hatchet man, he has the position of chairman. He has the position of CEO. He has the position of operations manager. He has the position of financial controller and the position of HR manager. 5 positions to a pensioner. When our young people of Soufriere Jacques, who have the qualifications, the capacity to hold those offices, are in limbo on the streets. They have killed them. I am in this fight to ensure that when I return to represent you, the people of Soufriere Jacques, the young people of Soufriere Jacques will occupy those positions. I am in this fight again because I have heard your cries of the condition of the roads and the infrastructure in this constituency. When we came into office, this political leader, under his leadership, we roll out a comprehensive national road rehabilitation program where almost $300 million went into road rehab and reconstruct in this country. Soufriere got its fair share. For over 40 years, the Labour Party fooled the people and told them they could not repair the new development roads. The roads have not been transferred to government, all sorts of excuses. In in less than 3 years, under my representation, under the leadership of Alan Chasney, we were able to repair over 80% of the roads. And it's over 2 years of representation, Emma Hippolyte have not patched one pothole at new development. Far less build another piece of the road. Esperance, for over 50 years, the road was there, but not motorable to any vehicle other than four-wheel drives up to a point. We went and we built a brand new road from Esperance through Diamond into Soufriere. We had contracted 20 young contractors to build the drains. 2021 came, we lose the elections, they stopped the road project. All those young people are out of a job, the drains are incomplete, and today the water is undermining the Esperance Diamond Road. And these are the people who tell you they care. Belfort, we had under the road rehabilitation project, the road to Boisden, Belfort to Boisden, they stopped it. We had the Old French Road at Belfort into Hermitage. They stopped it. They killed all the road projects. Why? Because they do not love you. They do not care about you. It is all about politics for Emma Hippolyte and the St. Lucia Labour Party. Look at the condition of the Etangs to Fonjalib Road. A road which every day the residents and visitors traverse. The Soufriere Foundation makes almost $2 million a year in entrance fees at the Gropito Trail. When I was the parliamentary representative, when the government was unable at any time to pothole this road, I would ensure that the Soufriere Foundation spend over $20,000 and subcontract young men in Fonjalib and these areas to pothole the roads from Etangs into Fonjalib. $20,000, but the Labour Party, Emma Hippolyte, cannot take $20,000 to pothole that road where they make almost $2 million a year. But they can give the chairman, the CEO, the FC, operations manager of the foundation $80,000 from the foundation. That is what we get from Emma Hippolyte and the Labour Party.
That's right.
Chateaubriand Road, we did the same, pothole it whenever central government couldn't have done it. I met $10,000, but they cannot do it today. The Belfort Road, now it takes the residents to come together to get the cement, get the ready mix. I take part in it as well in the Kudme to fix up the Belfort Road. I met $5,000. When the Soufriere Foundation was approached, they sent a check of $200. Sabaka memge six saksima. But you can give the man with 5 positions, firing flambeaus, $80,000 within 8 months. Boisden Road, a disaster. The Soufriere to Fossajac Road, the same minibus operators who wanted to strike anytime you had a few potholes. You are not hearing them today. Nobody said anything, they're all quiet. The Fontbenier Road, in a mess. Palmist, in a mess. The entire Soufriere constituency is in trouble. They have put you worst. But very soon, the clock is ticking. I will be back to continue the work. I am in this fight, Soufriere for Saint-Jacques, to fight against Emma Hippolyte and the Labour Party for victimizing our 2 young men in Soufriere with heavy equipment. When a parliamentary representative could make a call to a contractor and tell him she doesn't want any flambeau equipment in a river where they are desilting, that tells you that this parliamentary representative, this lady is wicked, she's evil, and she doesn't deserve to be parliamentary representative. Chairman, yo là tous les dimanches, tous les 6 et demi, yo l'église. Yo plus mauvais à yo. Because you pass out deux jeunes hommes Soufriere. Yo 2 à 3 qui ni excavateur. J'allais pas rien à contract. Yo subcontract yo pour yo ça dit silt live here as parliamentary rep ou quoi couiller ou quoi dit yo non c'est contracteur ou pas les pièces équipement flambeau à live here ça là. Wickedness. But your days are numbered, Emma Hippolyte. When I return to office, those 2 young men's excavators will be in that river distilling. I am back in the fight for the discrimination against the people of Palmist. I remember when we were doing stimulus, Palmist alone, we would have 115, 120 people in the stimulus for Palmist. Today, because of Palmist's support for Harold Stanislas and the United Workers' Party, whenever there is step, they only hire 15 people from Palmist. And they tell the Palmist people the council is already cleaning Palmist. The victimization is going to come to an end. I moved to healthcare. I heard the cries of you, the people of Soufriere, when it comes to healthcare. The people in opposition who had all the answers, who knew how to solve all health problems. 2 years, Soufriere Hospital, no toilet paper, no medication, nothing. Emma Hippolyte have killed the Soufriere Hospital. When we came into office, I retrofitted and rehabilitated the X-ray room for the X-ray machine, which was donated by the EU government. I rehabilitated the laboratory, which was given the equipment by EU. Today, almost 2 years, the X-ray room at the Soufriere Hospital is closed. Why is it closed, Mama Flabo? Because the radiologist, the Cuban radiologist who was operating the machine, he left to go back to Cuba about 18 months ago, about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. And the parliamentary representative, Philippe J. Pierre, cannot get somebody to replace him so that you, the people of Soufriere, can get your x-rays done right here in Soufriere. Oh, wow. And that is a government that say they care. They don't care. They only want to protect the victory. That's right. But your health is not important to them. That's right. But rest assured, if they do not get the X-ray unit back operational, when I return, it will be operational. And when I return, it's not only the X-ray unit that will be operational, because we had a plan, a holistic plan for healthcare in Soufriere and St. Lucia. We had already acquired 3 acres of land from the Soufriere estate to build a new 25-bedroom hospital in Soufriere. It was going to have dialysis, it was going to have decompression chamber, X-ray, mini operating room, everything you could think of to help support St. Jude's and OKEU. You are not hearing anything about Soufriere Hospital. We already had a bolt agreement coming into place where a private entity was going to construct, equip the hospital and give us a turnkey project for you, the people of Soufriere. But moi savent Emma Hippolyte pas qu'à faire, mais là moi viens entrer avec mon place moi as parliamentary representative, number 1 project on my list, the new Soufriere Hospital with 25 beds. We had a plan for youth and sports development because we had a national plan for sporting infrastructure, ladies and gentlemen. We embarked on rehabilitating the Soufriere Mini Stadium. When we put the artificial turf of the football field, full size FIFA regulated football field, they said that it is cancerous. Mais c'est juste ça, lundi pour lundi, yo en ligne. Tous les jours. Yo ka jik dormi en ligne. Quand il était content, yo content. Pas de cancer encore. But when they came, they knew we had a second phase of that development. We had a video board to put up. We had the media room, the VIP room to put up. We had the 25-meter Olympic pool at the end to put up. We had the netball court to put up. Up to now, not a word, not a word, not a word. But ladies and gentlemen, the people of Soufriere will have a world-class completed mini stadium when I return as your parliamentary representative. We had the administrative building. We had a concept already. That's the old town hall building, where we were going to decentralize government services. You didn't have to go to Castries to get a birth certificate, to get a passport, to get your driver's license. All of these services would have been offered right here in Soufriere. No plans for the town hall. No plans whatsoever, but it is going to happen sooner than later. We had the second and third phases for Old Trafford with additional concession booths, the restaurant. We had to redo the front of the Bulliard, the beach and everything. Nothing has happened. You fanti ba la mam sa you fait là. Jik toujours ba ou pas ça ouvert. We had started the waterfront redevelopment with the cafe opposite the post office, Shoreline Cafe. We were going to pedestrianize that entire waterfront. We were going to build a boardwalk from Barons Drive, from La Petite Bolo, all the way to the waterfront. Not a word. But what we are hearing today, Emma Hippolyte is having secret dates with investors. Emma Hippolyte is having secret deals with investors. The same investors, when they were in a position they did not want to see. The same investors they call leeches. But today, Emma Hippolyte and the Labour Party are having secret dates and secret deals with them. I want to ask Emma Hippolyte, when did the people of Soufriere give you the authority to go and have secret dates and make secret deals on their behalf? And you all spoke so much of transparency and accountability. The agreement is signed and sealed. We want to know what is in that agreement. You need to come and tell the people of Soufriere, is that agreement in your favor and that of the Labour Party or the people? What was the deal about? What did you all agree upon? We want the transparency and we are demanding Emma Hippolyte make the deal for GPH for the development of Port Soufriere public. Because you are giving away our port for 40 years to the same foreigner you all detested in opposition. That's right. The same people who spoke of patrimony. Today, Port Soufriere, Port Castries is not our patrimony. We want to know as well, is it true that in that deal, you all have signed that no development can take place at Port Vieux-Fort for 40 years? We want to know and we want answers. Don't allow us to speculate. Come out and tell us what is in the deal for us to say what it is that we like or do not like about that deal. Today, Mamai Flabo, our vendors at the viewing points, our vendors in town, our tour guides, our taxi drivers, restaurants, bars, all are suffering. Why? No tourists around the place. Since mid-April, we have not had one cruise ship in St. Lucia. Not one. Honestly, Philippe JPS, St. Lucia Labour Party have failed us in tourism. And as a result, you, the people, are the ones paying the price. You are paying the price for the incompetence. Tourism is in trouble in Soufriere. It is in trouble in St. Lucia, and we have to get rid of Philippe J. and this incompetent cabal of ministers. Agriculture, dead. Kill it. That's the favorite word of the Labour Party. Kill it. Let us kill everything. Because we fool the people with lies and propaganda. Let us kill everything. We had built access roads in Font-Boisden to Font-Belfort. We needed a few feet of road to complete. Nothing is happening there. We spoke about building the road in Fosset-Jacques, the Dego-Zaminot road. Up to now, nothing has been said. When we were in government, since Hurricane Thomas in 2010, we had 4 major landslides blocking the farmers and visitors to Abasso waterfall and the rainforest and the farms. They never did anything to unblock the roads. It had to take my representation and United Workers' Party to unblock this road in 2018. Up to now, nothing has been done on the Dewas Road. But they are the ones who proclaim to love farmers, to have your interests at heart. But they are the ones making you suffer today. Mama Flambeau, we are in trouble. And some of you in Soufriere keep on saying, I'm afraid of victimization. I don't want to come out. I don't want them to see me. I tell you, the people, tonight, we need to stand up. We need to fight. Because all of us in Soufriere, all of us are victims of victimization by the Labour Party. All of St. Lucia, all St. Lucians are victims of victimization by Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party. When a government have the audacity in these difficult times, St. Lucia, Flambeau family, to raise the price of fuel on you, the people, to $17 a gallon, they are victimizing each and every one of us. We all have vehicles, we all go to the pumps, they are victimizing us. When a government can increase the price of bread, they are victimizing all of us, because we all eat bread morning, noon, and night. When a government can increase bus fares in these difficult times, they are victimizing all of us, because we all use the public transportation system. When a government can increase cooking gas to over $40 a cylinder, they are victimizing all of us, because we all cook at home on the stove. And when a government in these difficult and trying times can put a 2.5% tax on the backs of struggling St. Lucians, they are victimizing each and every one of us. So there is no need to say, I'm afraid of victimization. You are already been victimized by Emma Hippolyte, Philip J. Pierre, and this incompetent government. And it is time for you to rally with United Workers' Party. It is time that you stand for something or you fall for anything. That's right. Soufriere, Flambeau family, this thing about I am behind the scenes, I am working behind the scenes, that is unacceptable right now. That is unacceptable. In Soufriere, starting tonight, in St. Lucia, starting tonight, we don't want any Flambeau, anybody to be behind the scenes. We want everybody to be on the front line. We all have to be on the front line. Because we have to fight. We have to fight for the heart and soul of this country. We have to fight to save St. Lucia. We have to fight to save Soufriere. And we cannot be behind the scenes. You have to be at the front line of that battle in that war against Philip J. Pierre and the Labour Party. So for the single mothers they touted so much in opposition, whom they have forgotten about, you have to fight now. You have to be on the front line. To the youth of Soufriere, they are victimizing. You have to be on the front line of that fight, that battle with Emma Hippolyte and the Labour Party. to the elderly, to the stalwarts, to the taxi drivers, to the vendors, to the Labour Party supporters who voted for them and who are regretting right now. You have to be on the front line of that fight to get rid of Emma Hippolyte, Philip Jepier, and the St. Lucia Labour Party. And that fight, if we have to march, we are going to march. If we have to protest, we are going to protest. If we have to shout, we're going to shout. If we have to scream, we're going to scream. If we have to agitate, we're going to agitate. We will do what it takes to get rid of Philip Jepier, the Labour Party, to save Soufriere, save St. Lucia. This, Mama Iflabo, Soufriere for Saint-Jacques, this is the most important elections in the history of Soufriere, in the history of St. Lucia. Do not take it lightly. We cannot have another 5 years of this incompetent, clueless, visionless man as Prime Minister to continue to embarrass us every time he speaks. We need to save ourselves from the economic and social bondage of the Labour Party. We need to remove the claws of the Labour Party around our necks. But by doing so, we need to fight the good fight. We need to bind together. We need to mobilize. We need to register our new voters. We need to influence. We need to convince people that the United Workers' Party under Alan Chasney is the party of choice. This is what we need to do. And I look forward to going around the constituency, to hearing from you, the people of Soufriere for Saint-Jacques, to meeting persons one-on-one, to help plan the way forward, and to get rid, once and for all, of what grossly rejected and Newell accepted in 2021. We are going to reject her once and for all. We are going to put her into retirement where she belongs, and we are going to continue on the path of transformation, the path of progress, development, opportunities for each and every Soufrierian, whether you are red, yellow, black or white. Thank you very much. Good night, Soufriere for Saint-Jacques.
Wow, what dynamism. St. Lucia is in trouble, but with the United Workers' Party, there is hope. People, another round of applause for the next parliamentary representative of Soufriere for Saint-Jacques.
I know you know why I am back to you. So don't you worry, say in your song, you only want someone to play, but you won't get to be your own. Every
No. Every time, people hear me. Every time I come to Soufriere and I ask a question, I find myself in trouble. Who is the miserable woman? Y'all are keeping a lot of noise. I'm not hearing. I want to ask a question. Now before you answer, I want to warn you, don't put me in trouble. Every time I come to Soufriere, you all putting me in trouble once I ask a question. I want to ask a question tonight. Who is the miserable woman in Soufriere? We have a team that is ready to hit the ground running. The United Workers' Party, the only party that can rescue St. Lucia from the demise that it has faced under the St. Lucia Labour Party. Now, last year, there was a record set in St. Lucia for the number of murders. 76 people were killed in St. Lucia as a result of gun violence, cutlass violence, and what have you. You would think a prime minister, you would think a minister of national security would take note and do everything in his power to reverse that situation and at least reduce those numbers. So, as a responsible opposition, even before we were called upon, our political leader prepared some recommendations and forwarded it to the government of St. Lucia and asked me to say, which I said, that we stand ready to work with the government on the crime fighting effort, because we see the crisis that we are facing and we consider it to be a national disaster that we were prepared to play a role. The Prime Minister came out and said publicly that he took the letter and he threw it in the dustbin. In the meantime, our crime situation got so dire. We had such a crisis on our hands that in one of our towns in this country, criminals had us under curfew. In one of our towns in this country, business people had to shut their doors because of crime. In one weekend, we had 5 murders. We saw little children, grandmothers, people that are not involved in criminal activity innocently being killed. The Prime Minister's only answer was to bring in the RSS. While the RSS were right here, murders continued to happen. I remember one of his colleagues, the guy who trained him, Dr. Kenny Anthony, said indirectly to him that all the efforts that have been made have failed. You would think by then he would have the good sense to at least see, while we are on opposite sides, this is a common cause. Let me take heed of what the opposition is saying and let me work with them, because this is a national crisis that we must all come together to fight. When he realized the situation was out of hand, he went public again, threw his hands up in the air as Minister of National Security and said, I surrender to the criminals, I have no answers. I am at the mercy of anyone who can assist me. Immediately, the United Workers' Party, a responsible opposition, resubmitted our recommendations to the Prime Minister, and I reiterated on behalf of the United Workers' Party that we stood ready to work with them in the crime fighting effort. Oh my God, the man hit a tantrum. The words of the Prime Minister were, and I want to quote him correctly, he said, UWP wants to destroy St. Lucia, and that the United Workers' Party was trying to cause chaos in this country, and that he did not think that we were genuine, and that he would not take our advice and he would not work with us. How much more can a leader be divisive? How divisive can you be as a leader? That was an opportunity for Philip Pierre to distinguish himself, show that he's a statesman, show that he has your best interests at heart, and embrace the opposition and work together. I saw the Honorable Alan Shastney on occasions, for example, when we had a national disaster like a weather system, when we had COVID, and other occasions, he called in the opposition for consultation and said, let us tackle this together. Well, sometimes they came, sometimes they didn't come. But the point is, he did the responsible thing as a leader who recognized when partisan politics had to be put aside, and the interests of the country had to come first. But Philip Pierre does not know that. And so I will say, for the comments made by Philip Pierre last Monday, I will say they were absurd, they were beneath the office of Prime Minister, they were divisive, and they were statements made by a man who is paranoid and has no answers. And I say that if you thought St. Lucia was not in trouble, he confirmed by his statements that we are in deep trouble in St. Lucia. And so he complained that we are praying for crime. Let me remind Philip Pierre that among the 60-something St. Lucians, and that is according to the official figures, there are more than that, but among the 60-something that they are quoting who have been killed in this country, they are both laborites and flabos who have lost their lives. Criminals do not discriminate by partisan affiliation. Criminals carry out their crime irrespective. They do not make distinction. So I don't know why the Prime Minister wants to make a distinction in the crime fighting effort when we all are affected by crime. Okay, there are many UWPs who have businesses that are affected directly by crime. And we all have lost some of our freedom. We all are living in fear. We all have our financial fortunes in jeopardy because of crime. And so we stand ready once again to play a part, because we do have ideas and we do have suggestions. We are ready to play a part in the crime fighting effort, and we are hoping that the Prime Minister can show some maturity as a leader and forget partisan politics on a serious issue such as this and embrace the opposition in trying to find an answer for an issue that he has no answers for. And he has admitted that he does not have the answers. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are in trouble because the Prime Minister thinks that UWP goes to bed every night and wakes up in the morning hoping that there's more crime. He said that we are hoping that there are over 100 murders for the year. But let me just say this. When I made the statement that we are on track to have over 100 murders, is because I was looking at the situation when we were only halfway in the year. We already had about 50 murders, and I said, that was a warning. I was ringing the alarm because it did not seem to me that as Minister of National Security, he realized how urgent the situation was. I said, let us take heed and do something about it, because if we continue like this, there will be over 100. We are well poised to set a new record, and I said, these are not the kind of records we want to set. Okay? So, the Prime Minister can say what he wants. The Minister of National Security can say what he wants, but we are making a call in the interest of the country that if the Prime Minister wants, for once, to make a good decision and show leadership, he should relieve the Minister of National Security of his duties and engage someone who at least will be prepared to listen and work hand in hand with those who are prepared to make a contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, things are getting to fever pitch inside of here. And I noticed that we have quite a number of people watching us on the live stream. We have over 900 approaching 1,000. And it is my information that, by the way, they don't want to openly accept our advice, but they're copying everything we do. You know, SLP having town hall meetings too. I understand they have a live as well. They have what, 200 and something? 198. You know what happened? St. Lucians have given up on them. They don't even listen to them anymore. And let me tell you the other reason why they have so few. What last and Maji, the Prime Minister at Kapali. The man said he will not consult with us or sit with us because everything he does and every time he talks, we try to ridicule him. Mr. Prime Minister, no one is ridiculing you. You are ridiculous. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we hit fever pitch, Mr. Bagay have an issue. Pay St. Lucia is in trouble. The United Workers' Party, just as we stand ready to work with the government to solve the problems of this country, they do not want to work with us. Remove them and put us to work. Ladies and gentlemen, I was told he just landed. But nevertheless, he's always grounded. I want to bring to you my next speaker, a man who has been the nemesis of the Labour Party. They have made all kinds of threats, they have made all kinds of allegations, but they cannot stop him. Tonight, I call on our first deputy leader, the man who will return to the seat of Kasui Southeast as their representative, to address you at a time of crisis when St. Lucia is in trouble, a man who is a worker, Guy Joseph.
The sun is shining in the garden. Yes, your true beauty is unfolding. Let peace and love abide in this country.
Mamai Flabo, bonsoir. Now, before I say anything, Philippe J. Pierre, son nom qu'on gadouye, kouye élection. You in government, you have 15, you say, call the elections. Because Flabo is ready. Tonight, I bring you greetings. I bring you greetings from the New York caucus, where we just had a major activity to raise funds for the party to help prepare us for the upcoming election. I want you to put your hands together for the New York caucus and our chairman, Terrell Pruden. I had the opportunity to be there and to address the gathering, and I can tell you, the energy outside of St. Lucia is as good as the energy in St. Lucia to get rid of the St. Lucia Labour Party. So c'est pas only St. Lucie nous parle outside of St. Lucie. In fact, last night, before I left, I met with a group of people, and they told me we need to tell the Prime Minister that every St. Lucian, not the Prime Minister Philippe Pierre, you know, our Prime Minister, Alan Chasney, that every St. Lucian outside of St. Lucia is ready to come back to St. Lucia to vote out Philippe J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party. I know the Texas caucus is following, and I also had the opportunity to meet with the Texas branch, and they are planning a big event for later this year or early next year. And Mr. Political Leader, they have asked me to inform you that they are looking forward to having you present with them. Now, after I heard Herod, moi-même dit, m'abuse pas là encore. Let me say something to you. I'll say a few things. Nous achetons fouet pour fouetter nous, et qu'à besoin nous kahele. Now, Flabos, I'm speaking to us. If you did not go out and vote on election day, you voted for the St. Lucia Labour Party. So, te quoi c'est Herod ou ka affecté? Ou te quoi c'est comité à Soufriere ou te ka affecté? Eh bien, milliards besoin. You see, we have to deal with the reality. The situation that St. Lucia is in today. Every Flabo who did not do what they had to do leading up up to election, you are responsible. I expect Labour to vote for Labour, but I don't expect farmers to stay home based on the propaganda of the St. Lucia Labour Party. We told you the truth. You did not want to believe, but you chose to believe the lies of Labour. Se munna kite dio makota manye Herod kahan do bai Soufriere. Ebe weme manye makahan liya beza. Melabana ye bui handle. Sai kafe. What is she doing? Now, Yodi is a Minister of Commerce. Ek jugwa di, le jugwa ka pronounce commerce abattoir. He can do say Minister Commerce. It's about way. So is some Emma say Minister Commerce. So let's take a little time because a lot of things have been said. Let's just pause a moment and review the 2.5%. They tell you it would not affect food. Say how the house have to Labour di se chose. If Labour has a PhD in anything, it is in lies and propaganda. There's nothing, if the Labour Party tell you good morning, that is not true. Pas même bonjour yo, ou sa believe. Because this is a party that is built on lies and propaganda. And let me use myself as an example to highlight what I'm saying. What did they tell us about Richard Frederick? And where is Richard Frederick today? Ek tout se hypocrite la ki te ka do Richard. Ou sa vlan Flabo ki pa vote by Flabo because Richard te still a Flabo? Abeza tout le baka vote by you. We will learn. Guamundi subatan ukaisati. So we are feeling it now. We are feeling it. So 2.5%, they tell you, Philip JPS said it will not affect food. Isn't that what they told us? If I affected mahe, so KFC pa mahe. Utansa? You remember between 2011 and 2016, when people were complaining about the high price of sausage, Emadi hot page Vienna sausage like top share. Ge se local brand na ki pli bon marché a. Hot oublié ça? Gozile reject li hot meya le do hot Soufriere. Ebe sa hot en chebe. That is the last woman that should be elected in the politics of St. Lucia. Let you tell me about Soufriere. Pour qui m'a dit baron Soufriere c'est Gozile. Il dit pas really connect about Soufriere encore. Today she come back to Soufriere. You all voted for her. Now ça dit mon c'est Flabo ici a pas vote Bali. Peut-être ça avoué. But we did not do enough. We could have done more than what we did. And that is why I'm saying I agree with Farah. This is not the time just for talking. This is the time for action. And I agree with Herod in saying we're not fighting no battle behind the scenes. C'est pas un movie nous qu'a fait ici. This is real. These are the days of our lives under the St. Lucia Labour Party. So you put 2.5% alone. And everything. So some sayodi. Hot kapale tuop. Y'all are talking too much. So talk was too cheap. So you made 2.5%. They put 5% Judicial and flow. So tout pale a kapale nitila lefon na sakay dubut. Leba di hot kapale trop. So we are muzzling y'all with a 5% increase on talk is cheap. You think Labour Party playing? We may be playing games, but the Labour Party is not about games. And Emma told you about it. So many people have explored on the 2.5%. But let's look at it. So why are that machine here? A vehicle that costs $20,000. They put a 2.5 la lay, come on, copy. And the 2.5 is after they've calculated everything: cost, freight, and insurance. To bring it. Then they put the VAT, and after they have done all of that, then they calculate the 2.5%. So in essence, the 2.5
plus VAT. So you pay VAT on 2.5.
On the 2.5. So you may please go halfway.
That's right.
They put the 12.5% after the 2.5%. Because if they had put the 2.5 after, it would be less.
That's right.
I want you all to understand. I want you all to understand what is going on with us in St. Lucia. Because the Labour Party is not happy with where UWP is today. We lost 15-2. Some people believe we didn't lose. By whatever means, Labour Party is the government. Now, upasage lot election, you cannot win Soufriere by 400 votes. You have to win Soufriere by 800, 900, 1,000 votes. So, Leo kai try vole, like I 12 vote, you buy sa vole. I want us to understand, Labour Party is not going to go down with a fight. You see the slogan, protecting the victory? It's not about protecting the people. It's not about protecting the country. It's about protecting the victory. And who are the benefactors of the victory? Mwevlema dese moun Soufriere ekoli woset lisi ki ka hele sigwe ki ka hele public qui a sur social media, qui bénéfice aux adjoints depuis le bavini à office. I want you to tell me in 2 years of labor what you have benefited. Now, let me say something to the parents. Alan Chasney promised you a laptop computer with all the lesson plans and books on it. You would not have had to go and buy one textbook for the children for this academic year had UWP been in office. But you know what they give you? A blank laptop computer. And I challenge the St. Lucia Labour Party to tell us how much money they spent on these computers. I just came from Walmart and I saw computers for $179. That is even better than the computers that they are giving the children here. But if you go and check that now, that is to go and buy retail. I'm not talking about wholesale and discount and anything like this. You see, it is easy. The Labour Party knows that they can fool the people of St. Lucia easily. So, parents are buying telephones for their children that cost much more than a computer. But because the government hands you a computer, you believe that you have arrived. But where is the program of internet? So tutsema my lakini computer. Let la digi select flovoya kisaidi kabini. An increase. So now the parents have to find the additional money to pay for the package for the use of the computer. We were giving you the MiFi device. Yes. We were giving you the package that was negotiated. You heard Labour Party trying to take claim for the local channels and the $25 package. That was an arrangement that myself and the political leader of the UWP as Prime Minister went into with the telephone companies to offer a package to the poor and vulnerable people of this country. Who wants to take claim for it can take claim. Tout ça qui bon c'est yo qui fait. Tout ça qui pas bon yo radou c'est flambeau qui fait. So let's look at it further. Let's look at what the Labour Party has offered you and what they have done. Now we have a Prime Minister. He say if they say short, he cannot say short and he cannot say tall. Now you know what the Prime Minister's problem is? He's not short, he's not tall, and he's not average. Ipa kut, ipa ho, ipa in between, ipa meter. The man is invisible. We have an invisible Prime Minister running the country. Every time there is a problem and you call on him, what does he say? Layodi about crime, he dit c'est pas lui qui police, c'est pas qui te police. C'est pas moi qui dit. The man is the Minister of Security. You know about crime, ou dit c'est pas qui police, c'est pas qui te police. So that's an invisible Prime Minister. They tell him about the high prices. He said, the prices, inflation is imported. So who is importing inflation into St. Lucia? Is it Marcy? Is it Judicial? Is it cable and wireless? For something to be imported, somebody must import it. It cannot come by itself. So I want the Prime Minister to tell the people of St. Lucia who he hired to import inflation into St. Lucia. Because la oblige na agency qui responsable pour importation. Now it so happened that the Minister of Commerce is the minister responsible for most importation under the government. Now Tansa, c'est pas moi qui dit, in their own words. They asked the Minister of Commerce a simple question. Is it possible that the increase in prices that we are seeing in the supermarkets and on goods in St. Lucia, that there can be price gouging? So you know, price gouging has to do with using, well, there are two ways they can use it. If you are the sole importer and you have no competition, you can put your product at whatever price you want. Or you are using a situation, an unfortunate situation, to capitalize on charging more than the thing is really worth. What was her response? So I want to say tonight, as Minister Commerce, ek merci ka fe moun Soufriere en Saint-Lucie. Utan sa mwen dia, as Minister Commerce, ek merci ka fe moun Soufriere esprit en Saint-Lucie, because you vle tue tout moun. They said, kill it. Now let's look at the things that Labour Party has killed. What have they killed? They killed the hospital in Soufriere. Herod, we were on the verge of signing the agreement for a turnkey project in Soufriere, where a fully functional hospital would be handed over to the government of St. Lucia. Samo, Emma kill it. The Grozile Highway Spider, the 4 lane, Labour Party, kill it. Now that is the Emma doctrine. Remember, they spoke about the Belrose doctrine because Belrose mutweyo sakite supposé fait. So Emma vini ek own doctrine ni abeza, ek doctrine ni say kill it. So what happened to the airport project? What happened to St. Jude? She's sick. What happened to sugar? Because you're the sugar about diabetes. So when you drink rum, it turns to sugar. When you eat rice, it turns to sugar. So everything, because all carbohydrates that you consume turns to sugar. So what is it that Emma is telling us? Now for us in St. Lucia, everything that is good for this country, Labour says, kill it. That's the new MO of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Ex-Soufriere, ex-Saint-Lucie, si nous pas meilleur nous bien, nous tout kamo about St. Lucia Labour Party. Because the evidence is there. Everything that, look at it, roads, what have they done with the roads? Bon, ça moi d'accord avec yo a sushime. Because hot même te ka répéter nous pas ama heshime. Les road haya vision non pour faire canal a chime espérance. Because other the hot pa contract, because they 20 contract qui était là, hot ay mal parler Herod. Because we don't understand the government cannot give everybody a contract, but Herod gave more contracts than any other parliamentary representative in Soufriere before him. So what has happened? Combien Jean Soufriere qui a un contract à Breza? When the new development roads were being done, how many Soufriere people were working? Tout temps nous fait des siltines Soufriere. Nous pas jamais mener équipement sur pièce l'autre côté. And when they are telling you about yo pas vle flabo travail. When I was in government between 2006 and 2011, you remember Hurricane Lenny? The waves had done a lot of damage to Soufriere by Quelas and these areas there. I came there and I saw a white 4-ton truck working with its SLP sticker and star on it. And I smiled and I turned and I walked away and I left the man there doing his work. That is the difference between the United Workers' Party and the St. Lucia Labour Party. And some of you flabos want us to behave like Labour, but flabo can never be Labour. Flabo is a government for all of the people of St. Lucia. And we need to understand that. Labours have to it and flabos have to it. And I am saying to us, under our Prime Minister Alan Chasney, we were creating sufficient work for everybody to get by in this country. Labour Party cannot create jobs, so what they do? So they kill the roads. What have they done with gas? They have put gas at $17. Kose bus driver. Kose sakite ka strike la. Mais just mute chime force Jacques la. Et qui plus mauvais passe les hérodes la. Hote vla la sous strike. Sa qui fait à breza. What happened? You see, that's why I tell you, the talk needs to be over. We need to be engaged in protest action. We cannot allow Labour to remain in office for the next 3 years. We have to force their hand to call the election. We are not advocating violence. We are not preaching violence, but we are not going to sit by and allow the price of gas to remain at $17 when in other islands around us that are less favorable economically than us, gas is $14. We have to force the hand of the government to bring the price of gas to the right level. And it's not an orange match we need. We need a yellow match. Let the flowers make their voices heard throughout the length and breadth of St. Lucia. That is what we need. And I believe the gas price is a good place to start. And Philip JP, I know you watching this broadcast tonight. Among the 900 people online, I know you are one of them. Over 1,000, I know you are there. I am telling you, you better start thinking of adjusting the price of gas. Mishime Soufriere akay fet. Ou e kome truck equipment ki pa ka gap kal di sak la? Se moun Soufriere, sa hot ni pou di about sa. Si se flabo ki de la, truckers te ka la sou strike. Equipment owners would go on strike. Now I believe that every piece of equipment that is owned by a St. Lucian should be parked on that Soufriere road. We have to match them and show them we have more equipment than what the Trinis brought into St. Lucia. That is when we will know you are serious. Upahadi mwe truck upakla, zebka levantaya, bwetla kapui, ekota truck nef pakla, ek l'argent iwa, sa pa loan usab. That is a grant given to St. Lucia for the repairs of the road. Ek deadweight van nu. Deadweight sold us out on this project. Because no St. Lucian contractor could qualify to tender on that contract. Now that's a lame for. Si Guy Joseph te in charge, St. Lucia ki ka fet wafa isa. If UWP was the one handling that, but you see, you may tell me it started with UWP, but me do deadweight te haven't no.
That's right.
It haven't no. It had to no. He had killed us already. So I want you to understand what is at play. The soul of this country is being sold under us. Alan Chasney went into an arrangement. I want you to listen to me carefully. For about 100 acres of land in Bonsejour in Vieux-Fort. That was just a few cows and some ticks alone. That was on the land. You heard me? A few cows and some ticks. Alone that was on the land. Not generating $1 for St. Lucia. The single decision made by the political leader of the United Workers' Party, who was Prime Minister, brought more benefits. Over $10 million, over $20 million had been spent, and it was St. Lucian truckers, equipment, and different persons who are working there. all of this happened, and people were protesting. Where are the citizens for accountability? Where are the concerned citizens of Viewfort? Or take a march, or take a protest. Abweza tutba do boot Viewfort at your crime. The only thing that labor has not stopped in Viewfort is crime. Every piece of work that was going on in Viewfort, they stopped it. What has happened? They kill it. Because that is how they want to operate. I want you to understand that. You are now hearing, and the boat owners in Soufriere, I want you to listen to me. The taxi drivers who do the London sea tours, I want you to listen to me. When the ship anchors out there, come here, I pay a trip from Lapuale Hummingbird, ebe from Lapuala Soufla. So, what the UWP was doing in developing Viewfort Port is that we would create a hub in Soufriere and going down to Dennery, so the whole country would be connected with tourism from the north to the south. What has Labour Party done? They put an X by Viewfort. They kill it. We are ahead for 40 years. They accused Alan Chasney of selling the patrimony of St. Lucia. Now let me tell you something. If you don't control your seaports and you don't control your airports, what do you control in your country? What is it you are controlling? As a child going to school, I was taught that the French and the British fought 14 times. And one of the primary reasons for all of this was the importance of the deep water harbor that St. Lucia had in Castries. Every government, when Sir John was Prime Minister, you can go and look at the Act of Slasper. You could not trade with these assets in St. Lucia. That is why under UWP government, we said we were not going to lease our airport to anybody. How come? So you've now given the Port Castries for 30 years and Port Soufriere for 30 years. With a 10-year option to renew, which makes it 40 years. You put an X by Viewfort, you cannot do anything in Viewfort. So you don't put in Viewfort. A foreigner is controlling. Ek mevlema deo. Muna yo fe dille bila. Esi bla, ebe esi nwe. So you want to crucify my white Prime Minister, Alan Chasney, but you go in and sell my pot to a white person I don't know from anywhere. Now, I don't have no problems with any white person. It is the Labour Party that had problems with white people. Be vicious yo vicious. Mati yo ka mati. Se muna mate ni secret detle pila kikule yo. What is the complexion of the people they had the boat? You remember prior to the election there was a boat in Soufriere? Who are the people on the boat? Now I don't practice discrimination. I don't believe in black and white, green or yellow. I believe the content of a man's heart is what determines who the man is. And I know the best man for St. Lucia, with the best heart for the people of St. Lucia today as leader, is Alan Michael Chasney. It is Philip J. Pierre that is selling St. Lucia into slavery again. What did they do with the banana industry? As you heard from her, they kill it. Kidenye for Batima Bot Vincent, Batima Fig Vincent Lisi. I want to ask you, St. Lucians, when was the last time a boat came to collect bananas in St. Lucia? The last time that happened, UWP was in office. So sauble mwen do ako. Se fama de washla. It was Herod along with the UWP government that went and cleared the landslides after so many years that you could access your farms. And when Mr. Chasney said, pay up on ye, tout moun devle bay blag. Tale jis fig hot kaim pou import St. Lucie. I told you, can you believe plantain is cheaper in New York and in Boston than it is in St. Lucia today? Yo gwen banan pli bon marché New York pa plante banan. Why is that? Because Labour Party said kill it. So when they don't have, what do you expect going to happen? Now I have 5 minutes. Let me deal with St. Jude. We told you the truth about St. Jude, but you did not believe us. You did not believe us. You believed the Labour Party. Well, Tuesday in Parliament, you will hear the truth. How much money did they borrow for St. Jude? 201 million. So, l'nous te dit 5 millions, et bien 10 millions, et bien 50 millions par fini l'hôpital là. Hot quoi nous te menti, et bien milliard présent. Les bapati menti by hot. Alvadita chemico. Ek peti. You have pay $5 million pour chemical ek pressure wash. You pose on to St. Jude. Vous savez qu'il est St. Jude you can try to avancer. The 2 new buildings that was being built by Alan Chasney and the United Workers Party, the dialysis and the physiotherapy building. Ek vous savez Philippe JPS sans hotel ma. He's saying, well, you know, certain parts of the hospital have approval, so we have started work. Ask him which part that have approval. The part that was being done by Alan Chasney and the United Workers Party. As I speak to you today, they have hired a consultant to do a drawing for St. Jude. The old one. Now let me tell you something. You see us flabos who had adopted VMS labor. You see the propaganda of labor. You see the rhetoric of labor. That must not be named among us. The only thing the UWP was doing was building a new St. Jude. The hospital is St. Jude and it's a new St. Jude. Labour Party is building the old St. Jude. They can use whatever phrase they want. Ma repete phrase Labour. Ma repete phrase Labour. Ek Labour sam sa yo ka fè ou sam. C'est nous flambeau. And everything you all hear Labour Party talking about, hot ni ya chat la. Sa ka circulate li by sa. Well, if there's one thing we need to do is kill it. When it comes to your phone, once is Labour Party propaganda, kill it. Don't pass it on. So Labour Party told you a lie about St. Jude. But very Philip J. Pierre. You remember Kenny Anthony went to Parliament and he said he was borrowing $41 million for certain projects and for obligations to Rochamel. He never told us what the obligations was to Rochamel until 2 or 3 years later when we had to go and pay a bill that the Ramsahoy report said we were not owing. Kenny took the money of St. Lucia. You took the money of St. Lucia and you paid bills for your friends that we were not owing. 12 million plus US dollars who I pay by moon. Nou pa adwe. Gouvernement pa adwe l'argent, pe l'argent gouvernement. Ek who I pay. Now did you have Philippe J. Pierre? He said the 75 million from the Saudis was for St. Jude Hospital and the stadium. Now, I have a question. Si you still can drop la by St. Jude, qui mania y savent comment la St. Jude kay cost pour y prêter un loan pour St. Jude? Et si a dit nous comment l'argent qui pour stadium là et comment l'argent qui pour St. Jude? So lana koko maka candidat Aisa. But Philip J. Pierre is not Claudius you talking to, you know. It's the Flabo party you talking to. So we are watching you and we are monitoring you. And when they go to parliament, I want to hear, because upa ai prete l'argent ku pa sab pou ki sa. Ki manye ou sa prete l'argent a sou api pou e? Es banka bay moun l'argent a sou api pou e? Approximately. I tell you, we have an invisible prime minister. So in closing, we have an invisible prime minister. He is not tall and he is not short. So he has a problem with short people and he has a problem with tall people. Boga problem li. Guamundi ti hash kabat gobwa. So go hash suppose kabat gobwa. So now I know what he was talking about. When he look at this man here we have as leader of the United Workers Party, you have to look at him like that. Boy Pebesa, he don't like to look up to the man, but that's the only leader St. Lucia has today in Alan Michael Chasney and Philip J. Pierre. Whether you like it or not, look up to the man. Look up to Alan Michael Chasney. I thank you and good night.
Some things were meant to be, so I'll let it be. And stop worrying about it, because we know what's in our hearts. We know our thoughts. No reason for concern. We're going up and down and up and down and up and down.
Some things were meant to be, so just let it be. The United Workers' Party was meant to be the government of St. Lucia. Let it be. Now, I just want to touch on one thing. Guy spoke towards the end about St. Jude's. So, you know, whenever I hear talk about the hospitals, I heard Herod talk about Soufriere Hospital, I'm very concerned about my health. Now, when I look at the cost of healthcare, we have a government who said to us they are going to give us universal healthcare. So I was listening very attentively because I'm concerned about my health. They said they are going to give pregnant mothers free what do you give them? Ultrasound. But kisa give ultrasound now, free ultrasound, free ultrasound. Now I remember when Ashanti sang about our growing population, it was said that we had about 4,000 babies being born a year. Today, we have less than 2,000 babies being born. So they are going to give free ultrasounds to less than 2,000 people. And here the other arm of the universal healthcare. They are going to give free medication to people who are past 80 years. I want to remind you, the life expectancy, meaning the time you are expected to live as a St. Lucian, is about 74 years. So that means most of us will never qualify for that free healthcare because you will not live to see 80. The next thing is, those who are lucky and live to see 80, I challenge you, go to the hospital, go to the polyclinic, go to the health center, no medicine. You have to go to the pharmacy, the public pharmacy, and go and buy the same medicine that they tell you that is for free. That is the universal health care that the St. Lucia Labour Party is giving you. But you know what hurts me? I remember looking forward to the plan that the United Workers' Party had for health. The United Workers' Party had a plan for for health insurance. And when I listened carefully, I studied that plan very well, I was excited. Because irrespective of your age, every St. Lucian would get coverage under that insurance plan. And that made a lot of sense to me. Because whether you are a baby, whether you are a child, whether you are an adolescent, whether you are a young man, whether you are an old person, everybody gets sick at one point or another. So everybody was covered. And you know what excited me most? Let us assume you have a serious health condition. And you know operations are expensive. That coverage would give you up to $75,000 of health coverage. And we rejected that. We rejected that for a government that will give coverage to less than 7,000 people. And I say so because we have less than 2,000 babies being born a year. I say so because we have about 1.5% of our male population living to see 80 and 1.9% of our female population living to see 80. That will work out together to be about 5,000 people. Less than 7,000 people are getting coverage when the United Workers' Party would have given coverage to 180,000 people in this country. And so we made a mistake. It is time to correct the mistake. Herod said to you, don't stay behind the scenes. Now I have my way of understanding things. I understand that to mean get off your behind and don't stay behind. Take a stand for your children. Take a stand for the future of your country. Take a stand to save St. Lucia. We are going to make a difference the minute we bring the United Workers' Party back to government. Now, Guy said, Philip here has to look up to Alan Chasney. Now, you see the name thing? I'm not getting involved in that again. But I will say it how I hate. Every time you say Alan Chasney, Philip J. Pear. Anything that has to do with Alan Chasney, Philip J. Pear. I do not know why. Once Alan Chasney appear in Parliament, Philip J. Pear. They go to court, Philip J. Pear. Monsieur, Pape. The man who will deliver us with the United Workers' Party, the man who has proven and has shown us that he has a vision, the man who has a proven track record. That's what I'm saying when I introduce. Ladies and gentlemen, we all make mistakes at some point in time. But we are lucky to get an opportunity to correct those mistakes. And I present to you the man that you are going to bring back as your Prime Minister, who is going to rescue St. Lucia out of the trouble that is in today. I present to you the parliamentary representative from Mico South, the leader of the opposition, your next Prime Minister, the Honorable Alan Michael Chasney.
They never want see we strike before, so them say all bad road in a we line before. Oh yeah, they never want see we strike before, so them say all bad road in a we line before. Oh, but I know what's burning you, but my kill you. I know what's burning you, the love to your heart, the love to your soul true. They never want see we strike before, so them say all bad road in a we line before. Oh, John, they never.
Now, before you hear the man you really want to hear, I was talking about health care and all of those kinds of coverages. We have some problems in this country, but we Flabos must learn to take care of our own and support our own. It is my understanding that there's one of ours in Soufriere who had her house burned down recently. And we just want to make a small contribution towards helping her restore her home. So we're going to pass the hat. Those of you, we know things are rough, but give generously whatever you have, make a contribution. A hat will be passed around. And while that is being done, our political leader will address you.
Trust in the Almighty.
Mamãe Soufriere, mamãe Força Jacques. É Soufriere.
I want again to thank all the viewers who are listening to us live tonight. But before I begin my presentation, it's very important that we appreciate the support that's been given to us by different countries around the world. And tonight, it really is with a very heavy heart
Guys, we're going to just take one song break while we do the collection, and afterwards we'll have the political leader. But I would also appeal with you, please give him your undivided attention when he's speaking. Thank you.
Check out the real situation. Nation war against nation. Where did it all begin? When will it end? Well, it seemed like total destruction, the only solution. And there ain't no use, no one can stop right now. Ain't no use, nobody can stop it now. Give them an inch, you take a yard. Give them a yard, you take a mile. Once a minute, twice a time. and everything is just for a while. It seems like total destruction, the only solution. And there ain't no use, no one can stop them now. There ain't no use, no one can stop them now. There ain't no use, no one can stop them now. There ain't no use, no one can stop them now.
We can't trust labor. We can't trust labor. Between 2012 and 2016, labor destroyed our lives. They made us poorer by making us pay higher electricity bills. We can't trust labor. They made us poorer by making us pay higher water bills. They made us poorer by making us pay higher food bills. Then they took away 5% of our money as workers. No one was safe. Even the dead were made to pay VAT. They put VAT on funerals. They are the same old Labour Party. They haven't changed. Don't go backwards with Labour.
As I was saying, it's very, very important to always remember the people that have helped us. And we must always be a very grateful nation. Over the weekend, a disaster that we would never wish upon anyone has happened in Morocco. And my understanding is over 2,500 people so far have died in that earthquake. I say that because Morocco has been a very good country to St. Lucia. You heard tonight the fertilizer that has come for our farmers over the years. The scholarships that we've obtained and the number of St. Lucians who are at universities in Morocco. And I can even say to you, at the UN and in many of our international relations, Morocco has been a very good friend to all of us. So before I begin my presentation tonight, I'd like if we can all stand for 1 minute of silence. Amen. I have to say that I am so touched and moved by the speakers that we've heard tonight. To see how the members of this party are maturing, and to see the passion that they still have for the development of our country. To Farah, and to Herod, and to Dominic, and to Guy, Spider. Amazing, amazing job tonight, and I'd love you to join in giving them all a round of applause. The chairman of Soufriere constituency branch that gave his welcome remarks, but also shared with us some very insightful facts. I want to change if I can, maybe, the tone of our meeting. I understand when we say that we are in trouble, that really resonates with many people in this country. Because not only is the country in trouble, but you are in trouble. People have labeled me many things. And we talk about some of the propaganda that was spoken about a young man who they labeled to you that I was a foreigner. That was somebody who they all could not relate to St. Lucians. I don't share my life experiences a lot with people because as a person, I try to focus on the things I can change and just learn from the things that I've done in the past. And I've not shared with many of you my past. My grandmother and my grandfather was a civil servant. He eventually was a customs officer. He eventually became the controller of customs. And my grandparents had 9 children. And it was very difficult for them to survive on one salary. And so my grandmother opened up a bakery. And they worked very hard. And they worked to make sure that their children could do better in life. And they were very fortunate. One of their children went off to MIT, the very famous university in Massachusetts, and became an engineer. And he actually came back to St. Lucia and rose through the ranks in the Ministry of Works and actually became the chief engineer at one point. I have uncles who went to different universities. My father was the youngest boy. And by the time it came time for him to go to university, his father was very elderly. His father had left being a civil servant, and his father decided to build a little wooden boat. And they used to carry containers and come down to Soufriere and to canneries and to Ancillary and to Vieux Fort. And my grandfather was struggling with the business. And so instead of being able to go to university, my father stayed to work on the ships. Want me to come closer? Feedback. Is that better? Is that better? So my father stayed to work on the ships because my grandparents had to send money to the other children that were abroad. And my father ended up foregoing going to university. My mother was a young woman growing up in the country of Ireland. And it was very oppressive in Ireland. And she decided to leave Ireland at the age of 16. And she went to England to study nursing. And she was on her way to Canada as a nurse. And she studied with 3 St. Lucian ladies who also were studying nursing. And they invited her to come to St. Lucia before she went to Canada. And when she came to St. Lucia, she saw my father across the street and fell in love with him. And she said, I'm going to marry that man. And she did. My father decided that he was going to stay in the shipping business, and he expected that his father would have given him the 2 wooden boats that he was working on. But his mother was a very hard lady. And she said, no, you have to pay for the boats. So he had to work, and eventually he was able to because a man who was leasing the boats from him in Puerto Rico was not paying his bills. And I remember when my father went to Puerto Rico and he found out that in 1966 that he owed $500,000 US. And when he went to see the lawyer said to him, my advice to you is to leave Puerto Rico just as quietly as you came in. And my father said no. And he moved all of us to Puerto Rico to pay off that debt and to try to make a better life for his children. So I left St. Lucia when I was 7 to live in Puerto Rico. That explains to you why I don't speak Creole. I speak Spanish. And I remember my father struggling in Puerto Rico. My mother became a secretary, and the hours that he worked and he put in, and eventually he became successful. And a lot of people believe my father has always been a wealthy man. He was not. He tells me the story, and many of you know these stories, where 9 children have to be fed and you have 1 chicken to feed all 9 children. And everybody's fighting for the little piece. And the chores that you had to do around the house, the eggs you had to go and get. Waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning to help your mother prepare the bakery to make bread early in the morning. My father never spoiled me. My father made me work for everything I had to do in life. When I was 15 years old, my father said to me, who is going to pay for your university, young man? I said, you. He said, no. He said, if you want me to pay for your university, when you come home every single summer, every Christmas, and every Easter, you have to work. To save money on an airfare, I used to have to take a bus from Canada to New York City, downtown, and then take another bus to go to Kennedy Airport, to fly on Air France to go to Martinique, and spend the night at the airport in Martinique to fly on a small plane over here the following day, to save money every single time. I say that because when I hear people tell me that I cannot appreciate what poor people are going through in this country, I did not have it as bad as many people do in St. Lucia. But I know what it is to have parents who are struggling and they're trying to help their children, and they do everything to put their children first. You go to people's homes and you sit in their house at their table and you talk to them and you hear their stories. And it's only somebody who does not have a heart that would not feel for those people. So this idea that I don't appreciate poverty, I want to dismiss that from everybody's minds.
That's right.
From everybody's minds. You can imagine, I had the opportunity as a young man who went to university, who got a master's degree, who's worked in Jamaica at Air Jamaica, who worked for the great Chris Blackwell, and had the opportunity to stay overseas and never come back to St. Lucia to contribute anything to St. Lucia. But as a young graduate, I came home to St. Lucia and went to work for the government. $800 a month was my salary as an administrative cadet. I didn't start at the top, I started at the bottom. My roots in Soufriere, forget about my family, started when I was a young economist with a gentleman called Clem Bob, who had a vision for developing downtown Soufriere and who was upset that we could not get more money. And it was Clem Bob who came up with the idea of building the dock. And I worked with him with the OAS to put together a master plan to develop downtown of Soufriere so that the people of Soufriere could benefit. He and I did not like the idea that tourists would just arrive and get on a bus and go up to the Sulphur Springs and come on a bus and go back to town and spend no time in Soufriere. We were not going to change the law and make that happen compulsory. We said we are going to develop the village of Soufriere. That is all the way back in 1984 when we started that. I worked in planning, and as a young man I played basketball. I played basketball in my high school team. We were undefeated. I was captain of that team. I played basketball at university in some of the best tournaments ever in Canada. I was captain of that team. I came back to St. Lucia, and when I went to try out for the national team in St. Lucia, you know what they told me? I want to tell you, it didn't start just now, you know. They told me there weren't any white men on the team. True. And they lost. And the next year they invited me to come because my local team, the Lakers, we were winning. And every day for 4 years, I was down at the Gardens from 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon until the sun went down. And I remember getting into a fight with my teammates. There was a coach called Wriggler King. And Wriggler got upset with me because he said, I want to be the coach of the team. I said, Wriggler, I don't want to be the coach. So I asked the players, I said, let me ask you all a question. Have you ever asked yourself why Alan Chasney comes to the Gardens every day? I'm 24 years of age. I had a little apartment I lived up in Rodney Bay. I could go around. I think I'm a pretty good looking guy. So I could be going to the hotels and checking out the gals and everything else. But no, I was in the Gardens playing basketball with the guys. I said to them, did I ever try to pick up any of your sisters? So maybe I'm here spending the time because maybe I want to get a gal. I said every time there is to go fundraising, I went to the boulevard to sell t-shirts. And I remember this old lady passing by me, and she looked at me. She goes, a big white man like you should be ashamed of yourself. You here selling t-shirts in the boulevard. I don't see myself as white, people. I see myself as a St. Lucian. And a St. Lucian who is willing to do everything that anybody else is willing to do. I am not better than anybody else when it comes to that. When I worked on my father's ships, I carried cement. I went into the septic tank to clean the septic tank. I did my time and started from the bottom. That is why I have a great appreciation for where solutions are today. But I had one sin in my life. One big, big sin in my life. And I need your help. My sin is that I believe in St. Lucia. And I believe in St. Lucians. And I believe that with every time a solution is given an opportunity to compete on the world level, they can succeed. That's my sin. That is what drives me every single day. So when I hear these same people talk about that Alan Chasney is a prodigy of Canada, okay, because I left to get a better education. I left to get a better exposure, and I've brought it back to St. Lucia. The same Julian Alfred that they will sit there and celebrate. She's not a prodigy of Jamaica because she had to leave St. Lucia to become a star. And I'm proud of what she's achieved. And I have no doubt that Julian Alfred will never forget where she came from, and she will do everything to make St. Lucia a better place. To you here tonight that are in Soufriere, you have gotten to know who Alan Chasney is. I didn't want an ordinary square in the heart of Soufriere. I wanted the best. I wanted a square that everybody would feel proud of. And when I saw St. Lucians coming from overseas, and the first place they wanted to go to was to come and see the square in Soufriere, I know we have succeeded. When we talked about fixing up the mini stadium, the first thing that we did is we put the lights. And when we came back into government after 5 years, they had done nothing at the mini stadium. We went in now and put in a world-class football field with a world-class track with even better lights than we had before. And who has not stood in the stadium and looked out and saw the view of the pitons and go, this is paradise in the world? And yet today, after 2 years, and even the success that our athletes have had overseas, they still cannot certify the track and field tournament, so we can bring Julian Alfred to have a tournament in St. Lucia right here in Soufriere. No. Hera told you, the people from New Development, government after government made promise after promise. And every time they got into government, they would tell you the same thing. Oh, that was private property. We can't fix it. This United Workers' Party, with Herod Stanislaus, we fix the roads and the sidewalks for the people in New Development. We're the ones who wanted to convert the factory into a major shopping mall for all the artisans of Soufriere, Canneries, and Choiseul. That this would be the heart. I want you to think for a moment of the vision of what we were talking about. When you uplift the town of Soufriere, it encourages now all the tourists to want to walk into Soufriere. And when they see your playing field, and they see your roads and your sidewalks, they go, wow. Look at the graveyard. We came in, we fixed up the wall, paint up the wall. The one thing they have left to do is to redo all the gardening there to make it look like the most beautiful graveyard, where the people who look at it will say that these are people who respect their family, their last resting place. The dead people cannot do it for themselves. We must do it for them. We must be a country of pride. When we talked about village tourism was to empower the people of St. Lucia, about creating an entity that would provide all of the accounting, all the marketing, help them with their designs, help them with their training. Government would put that money in for you all, and to make and beautify the village, so that when people are staying at a little villa or they're staying at an Airbnb, they can come down tonight and have dinner and they go, this is paradise. The work that we did in Ancillary. And then now let's talk about Vieux Fort. in order for St. Lucia to make a quantum leap, we knew that Castries, Soufriere, and Vieux-Fort had to go to another level. And we had to bring an international standard to Vieux-Fort. So when you hear Labour Party telling you horses before hospitals, what does that mean? What does that mean? A gentleman, Tewa King, came to St. Lucia, put $30 million of his own money, because Labour Party told you that's not his money. 2 years they can't prove that to you. He didn't sell one to Passport. His money. All the young people that were working there at the horse racing track, they said it could never happen. We had the first horse race at the end of 2019. The whole world came to see St. Lucia's racetrack. The Caribbean was shaking in their boots and said, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Then we wanted to put a home port in Vieux-Fort. Why? That people now will be closer to Soufriere. That we can develop the South, all the tours that we have in the South. Why you want to put more cruise ships into Castries? Use Castries for something else. Allow us to develop the South. Allow young people to stay in their homes where they grew up and their parents and make a worthwhile living for themselves. And when I said to all of you, what? Ching, ching, ching in your pocket. What was that? That ching, ching, ching was your money. That's what I was saying. You don't have to wait for the government for a handout. You would own your own money. You can convert your own businesses and have your own businesses. Time and time again. We had a vision, and we still have a vision for this country. When a government can tell you, you cannot eat roads. I mean, stop for a moment and ask yourself, what does that mean? Really? You can't eat roads? Now we can make a joke of it, I can say, well, the roads are eating us. But the issue is that they're not replacing it with nothing. They don't have a plan to develop the country. They don't have a plan to put ching-ching in your pockets. Instead, they want to put a chain around your necks. And that chain is called fear. That's what that chain is. It's fear. And the silence you hear around St. Lucia today, despite how much suffering is taking place, is the fear that people have to say anything. And when you have the doctrine of the Labour Party, is what? Kill it. St. Jude's Hospital, kill it. HIA, kill it. Rodney Bay Road, healthcare in St. Lucia, education in St. Lucia, agriculture in St. Lucia. And why do they want to kill it? Because they want to make you dependent on them. But it's not taken too long for St. Lucians to see for themselves that action speaks louder than words. Look what was taking place in our country. Look where we were going. And when a person can tell me, oh, I don't like to see what's taking place in Vieux-Fort because Alan Chastain wants to make Vieux-Fort into Miami. No, I wanted to make Vieux-Fort as good as Miami. And instead of St. Lucians paying their money to fly to Miami, I wanted the people from Miami to pay to fly to St. Lucia. That's what we want. But today, $1,300 US, $1,500 US to fly to Miami. But the first thing they did when they got into government is to do what? They went to Miami. They even went to Dubai. How many people they took to Dubai? And yet St. Lucia, who wanted to build islands in the ocean to make it more attractive and to make it more successful, we can't have Dubai here, but they get to travel and go to Dubai, and you, the taxpayers, have to pay for it. What was pointed out tonight? I had a choice. My father had land on the beach, and I can build a hotel on the beach. No. I built the hotel in Rodney Bay, and we're the ones who came up with the idea, Rodney Bay Village, to create opportunities for solutions to succeed, because not everybody has a piece of property under the beach. I put my money where my mouth was. I have learned to depend on myself. Take dead weight. Other than being a messenger for a couple of years, his entire life has been what? Living off the taxpayers' money. He's never made $1 by himself. It's you, the people, who put him there. And he wants to come and talk about that he's the patriot? You can't even finish a road at Millennium Heights. Have you all driven on that road to see what's going on there? Who he wants to blame? As Guy said, there's no way under United Workers' Party that we would allow a Trinidadian firm to come to St. Lucia and do that work that St. Lucians can do. No way! And if we had any pride in this country, we would all go up and line up on the streets and prevent them from moving their machines to come and do the work that St. Lucians can do. But probably one of the saddest stories in St. Lucia is St. Jude's. The Labour Party criticized us, crucified us, because we said it was going to cost over $100 million to finish the hospital. Remember that? And they said, oh, it's only going to cost $10 million and some chemical and some paint. Well, they've been in for 2.5 years. Why have they not put in the paint and the chemical and moved in? Because they cannot. And so here it is, we've spent $140 million on building a world-class hospital building. And all it would take is $50 more million and 6 months, and we could move into the ground floor of that building, 90 beds. They are now going to come to the house on Tuesday to borrow money from the Saudi Arabians to spend $200 million on a old but new hospital. How does that make any sense? How does that make sense? A world-class hospital with a world-class airport, with a world-class seaport, a world-class horse racing track, a world-class tourism destination was going into view for it, and they have killed it. That's what they've done. And exactly what Herod said, the victimization is not to give you health care. The victimization is to make you pay more taxes. The victimization is not to give you an education. The victimization is to make sure that the judicial system is not working. The victimization is not to fix the roads. I want you to think for a moment that if you were a taxi driver or a bus driver, you're now paying the highest gas prices you've ever paid. Plus $17. I don't think we've ever paid $17 for gas. They're now putting a 2.5% levy or tax on all of your spare parts, your tires, your shocks, everything. And even the car you bring in, 2.5% tax. And now the tourism is going down, so there's less traffic. So you have less business. And if that is not bad enough, they're not fixing up the roads. And our taxi drivers and our bus drivers are saying nothing. Silence. And that is not the St. Lucians that I know. The St. Lucians I know would stand up for what is right. And there's no way what they are doing to the taxi drivers and to the farmers of this country could be right. And we need to let our voice be heard. But I think you've heard it tonight. Every single person here has said one thing. We are not scared in United Workers' Party. We are going to fight for every single St. Lucia. We're going to do everything that we can to improve the lives of St. Lucia. Now, Philip Pierre said that we in the United Workers' Party go to bed, and every morning when we wake up, we try to figure out what we can do to hurt St. Lucia. Right? I want to say to him that if I genuinely, or any one of us genuinely wanted to hurt St. Lucia, we would leave him there. Philip Pierre and the Labour Party are the biggest disaster to take place in the history of St. Lucia. They have been like a hurricane. They have destroyed agriculture. They have destroyed tourism. They have destroyed the infrastructure in our country. They have increased the cost of living in our country. They have increased unemployment in St. Lucia. They have added on more taxes than any time that we've had in history. United Workers' Party was bringing taxes down, and the Labour Party is now bringing the taxes back up. There is more victimization than there's ever been before in our country. And we are now suffering under a doctrine called kill it. And we're now living in a country of fear, instead of living in a country of hope and prosperity, in a country of pride, a country in which we have a constitution where we are allowed to have freedom of expression, freedom of movement. Look what they're doing to the people in Soufriere and Vieux-Fort. An ordinary police officer can stop you on the road and search you. An ordinary police officer can go into your house and search you. An ordinary police officer can stop your car and search you. An ordinary police officer can force you to stay in your house for 72 hours, and we say nothing. We say nothing. I want you to know that despite the despair and despite what we see that this country is in trouble, we're not here to celebrate. We are working to put together a plan that was even better than we had before. We will be announcing candidates that you will be all proud of. Candidates that are going to work together for one single goal, to make St. Lucia the best place to live, the best place to work, and the best place to visit. But as Herod and Guy and Dominic and everybody's told you tonight, we have to agree that we have to change. And my son told me, he wrote a poem because he was getting bullied in school as a young boy. And the poem ended with, I will always forgive, but I will never forget. Forgiveness is a great virtue. But if you forget, it means you've not learned anything. And what we must never do is we must forgive those who did not know what they were doing. But let us never forget what the Labour Party is willing to do to conquer this country and to destroy this country. We must never forget, and we must keep that in our hearts, and let us take back St. Lucia as soon as we can. Let's get ready to go into the streets. Let's get ready to hear our voices be heard. Let us rise together. Let us care, and let us collectively make this a great country. Thank you.
Is a candle in every soul. Some bright.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard our future Prime Minister, the man who will come back to save St. Lucia. And I must tell you, we had a good night tonight. We had a good meeting tonight. But the march continues, and we expect you to continue to give your support, to show your might, and let the government know who is truly in charge. I want to express sincere thanks to those who've been watching on live stream, to all of you who are in here. I know there are people outside listening as well, but it was a great meeting, you will agree, and we had some very dynamic speakers. But to end in our usual fashion, we ask all of you to stand for the song Go Light Your Candle, and as you do so, please take out your cell phones and put on your lights.
There's a candle in every soul, some brightly burning, some dark and cold. There is a spirit who brings a fire, ignites a candle, and makes his home. So carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the hopeless, confused and torn. Hold out your candle for all to see. Take your candle and go light your world. Take your candle and go light your world. Frustrated now, see how he's trying to light his own candle some other way. See now your sister, she's been robbed and lied to, still holds a candle without a flame. So carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the lonely, the tired and worn. Hold out your candle for all to see. Take your candle, go light your world. Take your candle and go light your whose hearts are blazing, so let's raise our candles and light up the sky. Praying to our Father in the name of Jesus. Make us a beacon in darkest times. Carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the helpless, deceive and hold. Hold out your candle for all to see. Take your candle, go light your world. Run to the dark, seek out the hope. Burn music, use that hold out your candle, hold on to see, take your candle, go light your world. Take your candle, go light your world.
We can't trust labor. We can't trust labor. Between 2012 and 2016, labor destroyed our lives. They made us poorer by making us pay higher electricity bills. We can't trust labor. They made us poorer by making us pay higher water bills. They made us poorer by making us pay higher food bills. Then they took away 5% of our money as workers. No one was safe. Even the dead were made to pay VAT. They put VAT on funerals. They are the same old Labour Party. They haven't changed. Don't go backwards with Labour.
My name is Angelina Ferrapolius, born and bred in the constituency of Denry North.
Denry North! Operation Therapy! Operation Backlove!
In my short stint as the United Workers' Party endorsed candidates for Denry North, I have been successful in accomplishing much with the strong and competent teams around me. Now, more than 30 underprivileged residents receive a monthly stipend, and many more residents are receiving free medical care. Employment opportunities have been created for many, particularly the youth. My people, let these achievements be for all of you a sure sign of my unwavering commitment to serving you. In an effort to improve the quality of life of residents of Denry North, we wish to undertake several projects, including the construction of a much-needed early childhood development center in Olio, the construction of a Denry North constituency library and ICT center, the implementation of an empowerment program for adults and youth, road rehabilitation for better access to communities and farms. We need a leader who unites the people, one who understands our needs. We need a leader who values us, one with a vision and who can walk the talk. Most of all, we need a leader who cares. We need therapy in Denry North. On election day, vote Angelina Ferrapolius for unity and progress.
Look at what Ferra, if that's it. They shot for a back seat. 6 a.m. when the clock hit. Now me take a bit Ferra, if that's it.
I'm from Ancillary and I'm representing the contractor. We are all here from Ancillary. We are all working towards this project and we are very enlightened and happy about it. This is a development that we've never seen taking place in Ancillary, and we all appreciate what the minister is doing, and we rally around him to keep him here for another 5 years to continue the work that we have started. We're staying with Dominic Fede.
My name is Rodriguez Ferdinand and I'm here on a beautification project concerning beautifying Ancillary's Moore Street village, keeping the colors a little brightened so people could actually get a proper view of Ancillary when they pass through. The project basically was sponsored by the Parliamentary Rep Dominic Fede, which I accept greatly for his works. I'm actually an Ancillarian, and I see works is being done where it's suitable enough, little bit content will be gaining from it. Thanks, Dominic Fede. Keep doing what you're doing. We are impressed with it, and we are along with you all the way.